So our first session today is going to be about equitable community engagement with the City of Fort Collins. We have Molly and DeAngelo here to present, and they are all set to go. So I'm just going to let them start it off. Go ahead, Molly and DeAngelo.
Thank you. Quick tech check. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, well, DeAngelo and I are so excited to be here with y'all this morning. As was already mentioned, my name is Molly Saylor and I work for the City of Fort Collins. I'm a lead sustainability specialist on our waste reduction and recycling team. And I know you all are also big recyclers, and so this will be a fun chance to connect over some of our equity and community engagement work that we've been doing around our waste planning and implementation. But as you can see right in the title, we actually have a combined energy, zero waste and climate plan. So we're going to talk a little bit more about how that came to be. And some of our examples are going to be a little broader than just around waste. So as we get going, I do just want to acknowledge my identity and how it shows up with me today. I identify as white cisgender woman, and my pronouns are she and her. I just share these parts of my identity because I know they impact how I show up in this work. We do also join you today from Fort Collins, the ancestral lands of the Arapaho, Ute, and Cheyenne. I'm joined today by DeAngelo, one of my amazing colleagues, and you'll hear from him a little bit later, but I'm just gonna let him go ahead and introduce himself a little further now. So DeAngelo, come on and tell us about you.
Thank you, Molly. So like Molly said, my name is DeAngelo Bowden. I am a senior environmental specialist here with the City of Fort Collins. I focus primarily in the air quality space, but of course I touch on a lot of different things. My pronouns are he, him, his, and it's really an honor to be here with you all to talk about some of our work. So thank you, Molly. Pass it back to you.
Yeah, awesome. Well, like I mentioned, we're going to talk about what's been going on in our community, and we're also going to be real about what has and hasn't worked or has been maybe easy and not easy, or in fact quite difficult. There are plenty of lessons learned, and we're going to save plenty of time at the end for questions and discussion so that you all can really help dive into this nuances. And we always think that learning goes both ways, and maybe there are awesome things your community is doing that we can learn from too. So just I'll kick us off with a little bit of grounding, then DeAngelo is going to talk about how we engaged our community during our planning process, and then I'll come back on and talk about how we're carrying forward that work with the community and just share some more lessons that we're learning in implementation. So before we dive into all of that, let's get grounded in the context of Fort Collins, especially from the perspective of environmental justice. Let me make sure I can, there we go. All right. Well, if you don't know much about Fort Collins, we are a mid-sized town in Colorado, about an hour's drive north of Denver. In a different kind of presentation, I might talk about our community through other lenses, but today I think it's important to talk about environmental justice in our community. In Fort Collins, we're actually still learning, at least we as the city are still learning a lot about our history of racial and environmental justice. But a few things we do know is that Hispanic and European immigrants were the backbone of our early 1900s sugar beet industry. Worker housing was located in the red circle you see on this present day health equity map of Fort Collins. A few other things were also located in that circle: the sugar beet refinery, and right next to our river, the coal plant and the local dump, which at the time burned most refuse. As you might imagine, these three sites created quite a bit of hyper-local pollution for their neighbors. And the point of showing these historical environmental justice hotspots on this present-day health equity map is to highlight that the systems continue to fail the same still predominantly BIPOC neighborhoods it did in the 1930s, and that isn't a coincidence. Fort Collins isn't unique in this. While our city dump, now a landfill, has been relocated across the nation, researchers have found a consistent pattern over a 30-year period of placing hazardous waste facilities in neighborhoods where poor people and people of color live. So now that you have that sense of place, let me introduce our climate future. The example we'll draw on today as we talk about how we really changed the way we do engagement work. And of course, we're going to touch on a few other things as well. So back in 2019 and 2020, we had a really unique opportunity to update 3 of our major environmental plans, including our Road to Zero Waste plan. We also had the opportunity to center equity for the first time in a major planning process And really for the first time, we were doing that work leading with race. We center equity and lead with race both in process, for example, in our planning process, and in outcomes. So that's where that bridges into implementation as well. The idea initially was that by updating all 3 plans at once, community members could engage one time and influence all 3 areas. As we went through the process, it became much more than that, as we learned that we as the city, capital C, were the ones putting these things into silos, and our community was really asking us to stop that because they see these things as intuitively, integrally connected and interrelated. So I'm going to just mention waste, knowing this crowd is probably interested a lot in the waste and recycling aspects, a little more in the earlier part of this presentation. But because we had that joint approach to updating this, our equity and our engagement work really was broader and brought in all of these 3 topics and actually quite a bit more. We found out that what this means to our community goes much further than what you might imagine. I also want to pause here just as a fun, little anecdote that we try to drop in. If you look at the previous 3 plans, you might notice something missing. It's people. So there were no people portrayed in any of these, plans on their cover. There might have been a few mentions throughout, or some images of people having co-benefits. But if you just think about the impact of the covers of these, this says government, it says city with a big C, it doesn't say community or people. If you look at my background, hopefully you can see that. My background is actually a piece of our current cover. So our climate future puts the people back into this. And I think just being able to compare that, it's a pretty stark contrast. So Fort Collins has really ambitious environmental goals and has had them for a pretty long time, in some cases dating back to the early 1990s, which seems sort of recent for those of us who were, like kids or teenagers in the 1990s, but from an environmental goal perspective, from a climate action or waste goal perspective, that's actually a pretty long time ago. So those goals that we have are to be carbon neutral by 2050 with an interim target of 80% reduction by 2030. So we have a lot of work to do in the next few years because we also are planning to be zero waste by 2030 and 100% renewable electricity also by 2030. So those are some ambitious goals. And they all fall more or less into sort of a mitigation focus category. So we're trying to do less harm to the environment. We're trying to emit less, landfill less, burn less fossil fuels. Our planning process took us on a journey to really expand beyond that singular focus on mitigation to include resilience and equity too. So I'm sure you can imagine that centering equity has had some emotional moments, and it absolutely has, and we'll talk more about that. But as I was looking at these images, realized that embedding resilience in our planning felt really close to home as well. This middle picture depicts a climate disruption we experienced firsthand during the planning process in 2020. So while we were working on this, you can see that red sun and the gray skies outside of the window where the woman is sitting. And that happened in Fort Collins. We had forest fires raging just about 20 minutes drive from the western edge of our community. So this felt really personal in many ways as we were doing this work, and continues to feel personal as we really feel the impacts of climate change. So now that we've included all 3 of these topics, it's really pushing us to find the projects that mitigate environmental harm, for example, reducing waste, while also improving community resilience and equity. We like to call that working at the nexus or working at the intersections, and sometimes we joke it's like getting the triple word score in Scrabble. And to put this in a waste context, you might think of it as an example of like buying nothing, or like a buy nothing group on Facebook. So if we were to encourage those kind of community-led groups, we help foster new social connections and networks in the community. That's good for resilience. It helps people save money, which is good for equity, and it keeps materials cycling. That's good for waste diversion. So in that case, we've got that triple word score. This is really more how we're trying to think about this environmental work, is not single shots, siloed, one-off, but integrated systems changes. So in that same vein, the process of our climate future has really, really been a journey of just expanding in every way and changing how we've traditionally thought about this. So on the last slide, that was a lot about how we've expanded from mitigation focus. Here, I'm just wanting to show a little bit about like, what does a traditional environmental planning process look like The traditional approach was really technical. It was an approach that really put technical solutions at the heart of our work. It developed pretty narrow strategies towards those goals. And anytime we had an impact to the community, we called it a co-benefit, but we never really explicitly called out the needs and priorities of our BIPOC, so Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and historically underrepresented communities. So in our new model, we flipped that. So in this case, our community priorities are front and center, with our BIPOC and HUG priorities really explicit. And that's letting us have these multi-purpose strategies as triple word scores to get to our goals and also working on the priorities of our community. And we really have transitioned from that technical planning approach because we recognize that we absolutely can't make these goals by ourselves. City, capital C, cannot do it. We can't fund it. We don't have the personnel resources. We will fall short. So we need our community doing this work with us for waste, for energy, for climate. And we've also really heard our community tell us that sort of selling environmental action or pitching it to them, it feels like something extra. It doesn't feel like it will intuitively improve their lives in their day-to-day. It's very conceptual and big picture when we make it about solely about waste or climate and something good to do. It needs to really fulfill a much closer to home need. So in theory, when we take action on waste now, we're really trying to progress toward our goal while also filling other needs in our community. I say in theory because this change is a lot easier to make in concept than it is in practice, in large part because there's a lot of comfort in the old, more technically focused approach. And there's a great deal of uncertainty and learning and testing involved in this new approach. And that's all really in this new context of a lot of heightened sense of urgency. So this is an important transition for us, and it's not an easy one. Also, implementing this conceptual framework around community priorities has really meant we've had to understand our community, especially parts that we have not engaged with well in the past, in a much richer, broader, and deeper way. We've spent over a year engaging our community and actually continue to engage them. We're encouraging ourselves to not think about dipping in and out every time there's a planning process, but to have ongoing communication and partnerships. And we've had some really honest and even painful conversations about diverse lived experiences. So DeAngelo is going to take us through a little bit more about what that process with our community has looked like, and we'll take us a little bit into implementation, and then I'll come close us out. So DeAngelo, you're up.
Thank you so much, Molly. I appreciate it. That was a lot of great information there, and I'm going to repeat some of the things that Molly stated, but I want to make sure that we understand what that engagement process truly looks like. So centering people first in our climate future has been a positive step in our equity and inclusion journey, as we've stated. Recognizing that we couldn't do this work without engaging and partnering with those that would be most impacted is what has separated this planning document from the others the city has created. So we showed those 3 plans that are now combined called Our Climate Future. We showed you those and what those look like versus what our current planning process looks like. So back in 2019, during my time as the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Fellow, I was tasked with creating a stakeholder mapping tool, which served as a springboard for our engagement activities. Our team was able to identify over 70 plus stakeholders that would be highly impacted by this plan and historically had little to no influence over planning processes or plan development. This was either due to the lack of engagement resources dedicated to including these communities or a lack of focus on our end in identifying them as being impacted. So what do we do to address that? That's like the big question, right? And I feel like that's a question that a lot of communities kind of face when they're seeing that they aren't able to engage specific communities just for various reasons, right? And on the slide here, you'll see just a few of those stakeholders that we identified that would be kind of our priority communities for us to get feedback from and for us to build that relationship with, to continue engaging with, and to share that kind of power that local government might have in this space, right? Next slide, please. Awesome, thank you. So during one of our climate futures, I always want to say OCF. So if you hear me say OCF in this presentation, I do mean our climate future, and I apologize for that. But during one of our climate future's initial phases called Understanding Our Community Engagement, we dedicated a lot of internal staff time to developing 4 different engagement avenues that would have staff dedicated to making them as robust and effective as possible during the months that we had dedicated, or actually more than a year that we had dedicated to engage our community. This was done in collaboration with multiple city departments from utilities, planning and transportation, sustainability services, and even our city manager's office. We also had some great external partners like our local university, Colorado State University, and many community-based organizations, like we have a BIPOC Alliance here in Fort Collins. So as you can see on this slide, those are the 4 avenues in which we engaged our community, and you can tell that this is pre-COVID, given that our online engagement only reached out to maybe 9 individuals or community organizations. I think that if we were to see that after the pandemic and how robust our engagement tools are online, it'd probably be a lot more. But we got a lot of in-person conversation going here. Some of these pictures are CSU students, our Colorado State University students who were very active and engaged in this space with us. Community partners and plan ambassadors are community-based organizations or nonprofits or whatever it may be, an entity that was helping us with engagement. And then plan ambassadors were individuals that took on a leadership role in engaging our community, because what's better than community engaging community, right? Our community conversations were staff individuals who would host kind of workshops or just open conversation in different areas throughout our community to just talk about where our climate future was going, and how they could shape that process, right? And then pop-up events were just cool and fun activities that we had throughout our community too, where people were able to just show up when they could, right? And we were kind of trying to make sure that we were showing up in different areas that we typically might not, do, and in trusted locations for the community, not necessarily just primarily in city-owned buildings and things like that, right? So yeah, it was a really fun process for us. Next slide, please. So really quick, this is one of my favorite things that we've done with our climate future. We have a colleague of ours who is no longer working here at the city. She does a lot of great art throughout our community, and she's known for doing a lot of that work. And so she decided, and of course all of us decided, that it would be really cool if she could kind of draw our community leaders in this space, some of our plan ambassadors and some of our community partners. I want to recognize that one of our community partners, the Northern, Molly, help me out with this one. I think it's the Northern Colorado
Intertribal Powwow Association.
Thank you, Intertribal Powwow. I always forget the acronyms. And that one is represented by this image with the eagle and an indigenous person. And I want to recognize that we aren't perfect in our equity and inclusion work or journey. That image in itself might be a little triggering for some of our communities. We did have a conversation with that organization, and that was something that they wanted to show as a representation of themselves. And I think that having those open and honest conversations with your community to make sure that those kinds of things, even as small as it might seem for us, isn't something that could be harmful in any kind of way, right? So I want to address that, and I just want to recognize that this was a really fun thing for us to do with our community partners and our plan ambassadors. Next slide, please. So yeah, this was something that was really cool that came out of our engagement process. So thankfully for all of those engagement efforts, we were able to focus on something other than city priorities for a change, right? I think that's something that we always go towards if we're in local government or any kind of government organization. We had a detailed and a powerful list of community priorities that ended up driving the focus of our climate future. So as you can see on the slide, we had a lot of things that we were hearing that the community wanted to focus on, right? And that was we were able to kind of weave those priorities into the planning process. And it honestly is what driving a lot of the work that we're doing today. So you see a lot of waste reduction and recycling priorities here, some air quality things, some climate action things. Diversity, equity, and inclusion was a really big part of it too. And then of course, things that kind of are just intertwined into the work that we're doing, just in general, like affordable housing or job opportunities, because people want to live in a community that they can see themselves growing in and being a part of in the long term, right? So this was really something special for us. And kept things kind of going in the direction that we're really wanting to go in for the work. Molly, would you go to the next slide for us? Yeah, so transitioning into kind of the plan adoption and then the implementation piece of it. It was adopted in March of 2021. It was an exciting, part for us to kind of think about what the next steps are and what does this look like for us. So next slide, please. So implementation, what do we mean by that, right? So we wanted a plan that spanned across multiple city departments, which we showed kind of how that collaboration took place in engagement. But we also wanted to make sure that we were addressing a lot of community needs, and we recognized that those city departments would all be impacted by what those community needs are. It's not just a sustainability services thing, right? Your utilities, planning departments, all of those kinds of things, transportation, all of them would be impacted by our climate future, right? And so we wanted to make sure that we had a strong connection with other leaders in our organization internally, as well as externally, to be able to accomplish a lot of these things. It's not just the city issue, it's a community issue. So a lot of that kind of focused on some of those priorities we saw in the previous slide, from local food to renewable energies to affordable housing and to transportation. We essentially had to put a lot of action to a lot of these goals that we had. We also knew that we wanted to stick to our commitment to centering equity in processes and outcomes. And we want to make sure that we were addressing how this plan really impacted the daily lives of individuals within our community. So for this reason, and because we had some ambitious goals that needed an entire community to contribute in ways that they can, we as city staff needed to continue to put energy into forming and nurturing those relationships, building partnerships on projects, and lifting up the community-led work that is already being done. We couldn't ignore that, right? For us to say that we are the only leaders in this space, I think is a little conceited and has what historically deteriorated those relationships that we had with our community. So we are working on understanding how this is going, and by looking at increasing ownership and partnership on the plan's outcomes, and we want to integrate metrics related to climate resilience and equity versus just greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. So yeah, that goes to the statement. I don't know if you all picked up on it earlier when I mentioned power sharing and how that kind of shows up in our community. So the way we're thinking about these projects and implementation is based on leadership, right? Our first big move or overarching kind of outcome for our climate future is shared leadership and community partnership. This could mean different things to different people, right? In our climate future, we mean going beyond engagement into power sharing and relationship building, actively partnering with organizations to achieve energy and climate waste goals, ensuring that community voices are integrated into the work and that the work of our climate future reflects community feedback and vision. A community-led example, for instance, would be that local food priority. Food is not an area that the city has traditionally focused on, right? But we know that we have community organizations that have been leading in this space. And so we wanted to make sure that we were supporting in that creation of a local food network kind of provider here. We're currently working on a 2-year USDA planning and design grant that provides funding to access community needs, that addresses gaps and kind of supports ideas and creates a shared future for vision of our local food system. So that's something from like the community-led perspective. And then the co-led perspective that you see up there would be something similar to our sustainable business program. So we used to have a program called Climate Wise, which supported and celebrated local businesses and their sustainability efforts. We don't have that any longer, but a local nonprofit has been able to take that program and then redesign it with city staff supporting their vision and helping them with funding, right? We want to make sure that we're providing resources that support our community in any way that we can. And then there are city-led kind of projects, and that's something like transit, right? Acknowledge that some of those, we need to acknowledge that some of those things are just the city's responsibilities, and that's something that we have to take care of, right? So we're funding that and we're managing our transit system. Community might not necessarily be able to control that entirely, but we recognize that those individuals are the ones that are still getting on that bus, right? That transit system, and making sure that it's something that's available and accessible to as many people as we can, if not everyone, has been a priority for us. So yeah, I think that is that's it for my slide there, Molly.
Thanks so much, DeAngelo. And I'm going to just take us home with a couple more slides. So I think that you've probably already seen, and maybe today what we've talked about has challenged some of your assumptions about what climate work, waste work, or energy work means. And that was true for us too. So as we embarked upon this, we really just tried to say, we are going to follow the community's lead on what this means so that when we get to zero waste or carbon neutral or 100% renewable electricity, that it's not just true on paper, that it also feels intuitively true to our community. And that means we have broadened. We have really broadened what it means. And I want to just give an example of a specific strategy within OCF that we've worked hard to draw the connection back to climate, waste, and electricity or energy work. So a really complex community priority has been surfaced around BIPOC connections to the land. You can see here we framed the strategy as exploring opportunities for the city to recognize historical BIPOC connections to the land, especially Indigenous connections, and to explore ways to support BIPOC-led efforts around land. So that, again, is complex, and it also pushes us into a space of rebuilding trust and recognizing and trying to correct really like a long history of harm that's been done. And really we've learned that, I think in one case, like land is a central piece of when we talk about waste, when we talk about really all of these, climate and energy as well. And so there's that strong foundational connection. And also, even if it didn't have a strong connection, what we've learned is that to do good equity work, you follow the priorities of your community partners, especially where there's an action needed to rebuild trust. And so we've really singled this one out, and DeAngelo talked a bit before about the Northern Colorado Intertribal Powwow Association, which has been one of our longest running partnerships since we started this planning process. They're still with us today. And one of their priorities has really been access to land, and specifically around exploring things like a land acknowledgement for our community. So we've actually had to work pretty hard to advocate for this being a strategy in our climate future. It's adopted in our plan by our city council, but we fairly regularly hear questions about, are we actually out of our lane? And we like to challenge that and say, our community sees our lanes a little differently than we do, and this is a community plan, and sometimes we need to go beyond our job description to accomplish sort of the bigger picture that we're going for, so that when we do hit those milestones, that it is an inclusive, equitable, and intuitively true new condition, new status. So I think this is just one example of where we've been doing that and where we've really had to lean in and do some awareness building amongst our colleagues in our community, certain parts of our community. So then we also just want to talk a little bit about, like, we're just starting into implementation. We're just in our first years of this. And so we've mapped out, how do we get from where we are now out to where we want to be in 2030? And that involves building a lot of staff capacity to partner with the community. And we have a vision of, what DeAngelo is mentioning around community-led and city-led and co-led. That's a vision. We don't have the capacity internally or in the community to do that yet, not in the full scale that we envision. So we want to get really explicit about, how do we get to that capacity? How do we build it? How do we intentionally prepare our staff to be good partners in the community? That looks like things like investing in equity training. It looks like working to build awareness that our lanes are not as narrow anymore, that we're busting our silos, and that it's okay for someone on a waste team to lean into a land acknowledgement, for example. It also means that we need to practice. We need to pilot small scale things with our community and rebuild trust so that we can scale to those bigger actions. And there's just, I think a lot of these things are the changing what we envisioned perhaps working on recycling might mean, or working on energy might mean, and those sort of deeply held ideas of how we work take time to change. And we've found that it actually is sometimes harmful when we expect ourselves to be all the way at the vision from day one, and that actually we can really get stuck in spinning on, this decision we need to take today, is based on the capacity we have today, and yet our vision is a different one. So this is just a little bit of like, we're not all the way there. It will be a long time. We may never get all the way there, but here's how we're trying to set ourselves a North Star. And then this last slide is just a little bit of a wrap up for us. So we have so many more nuanced things to share. I think we've already talked past when we were hoping to sort of wrap up, because you can tell there's so much here and we're so excited to share it. So we have a lot more to offer in terms of like very specific tactics or takeaways in a moment, but just a couple of things you've heard us say a lot is like, there's a lot of power in reframing how we do this. So for us, it's really not just about reducing waste and increasing recycling by any means. It's about those community priorities that can also offer solutions to reducing waste. And it's also really recognizing the power of community leadership. Again, we cannot get to our goals alone. We absolutely have to share leadership, shift power, and really invest in those partnerships for co-creation. So I think that's where we can go ahead and end the presentation, but I do want to just show a couple of things we were thinking about that might prompt some discussion. So we're not going to start at the top and go through like ask you to respond to each one or ask us, focus all of our energy around this. But here are some things that might spark some ideas for discussion or conversation. So how would your city executives feel if you wrote in a major plan that a goal was to stop being so city? Because we wrote that in our plan. We had our community tell us, you are so city, please knock that off. That means that we are really trying to use language that the community uses and get away from this wonkiness. That makes people pretty uncomfortable sometimes when it's a big document. Also, would they feel nervous if you started talking about the history of racism in your community and owning that the city has played a role in institutional and systemic racism? Some of your communities might be totally there. Ours wasn't at the beginning. And I think that it's not to say we're all the way there today, but we were able to document some of that. Couple more thoughts. What are the relationships like between your city and BIPOC and HUD communities? Does your team specifically hold any of those relationships? And could you imagine that one of those groups might eventually adopt one of your recycling campaigns to run? Because that's something that we're wondering. Can we take one of our campaigns that we don't use very often, let it be adopted into the community and out of our hands for a few years, and we provide resources? That also makes people nervous, and it feels like it might be the right thing to do. Also, what would it be like to bring on community members onto a policy development team that once would have just been city staff? We're trying that. How would your organization react to your climate, air quality, or waste and reduction and recycling team doing what I was mentioning, working on a land acknowledgement, working on a grant for Indigenous humanities classes, or developing a new standard for collecting demographics for your whole city organization to be more equitable? Would people feel like you were out of your lane? And then how would your environmental advocates in your organization and in your community react to the idea that moving toward more equitable climate, waste, and energy work means you have to move at the speed of community trust, especially in this time of climate emergency and the perception of urgency? So there's a lot there, intentionally meant to just provoke ideas. We can also go a completely different direction. We just wanted to share maybe some of the more practitioner specific ideas. So we will, I think, pull down our slides so we can feel more like part of your conversation today.
All right, thank you, Molly and DeAngelo. Anybody has any questions, just raise your hand. And then I just request that you talk as loudly as you can. We have an extra speaker here, but it's sometimes hard to hear. So go ahead. Any questions? Melissa?
What sort of tension have you had with community members in these sorts of initiatives, if any? And what if there are people who are resistant to change or don't believe change is even necessary? How have you handled that?
Are you guys able to hear that question?
I didn't hear the second part of that question. I think I heard the first part, which was tensions between some of the things that our community was saying and what we had going on. I didn't hear the second part, though.
How would you handle, or how do you handle when people don't believe that change is necessary, or I can't quote myself anymore, or don't acknowledge that change is needed?
Yeah, so like a resistance to change amongst community members.
I can take on that first part if you want to go for the second part, Molly. So a big part of this planning and engagement process was that we recognized that we needed to rebuild a lot of trust within our community. So there were a lot of things that we were disconnected on with our community, right? I think that dedicating the staff time to have these conversations and to go into, community organized events without an ask first, right, was an extremely important piece of this. It was primarily us showing up and being a support for community that typically might not have trusted us or had a great relationship with us. I know that I dedicated a lot of my time and capacity in doing that. So what that looked like was like I was spending a lot of afternoons or evenings at different community events, whether it be something that was going on in our recreation centers or something that might have been going on in another city in the region, right? That was an event primarily for, celebrating something in a specific demographic, like Dia de los Muertos for our Latinx community, right? Like going to those events and me just being a part of it without saying, hey, I work for the city of Fort Collins. My name is DeAngelo Bowden, and we would love for you to be a part of this planning process. That's never going to work. And so there was a lot of that. And I think that just through conversations, we were able to kind of figure out how we could dedicate resources to what we were hearing in the community and supporting those priorities that they had, and then developing that list that we showed, right, of a few of those priorities and how we've kind of woven them into our climate future as a whole. So it took a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, but it's very much so worth it at the very end of it. Molly, what would you add to that?
You may be muted, Molly.
She's right there.
Yeah.
If she throws it in the chat.
Yeah, if you want to just put it in the chat too, Molly, we can read it out. Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry, I minimized something, lost my mute button, and couldn't find it again. So sorry about that. Yeah, no, I think DeAngelo, that was a great summary of some of the relationships and tensions between us and the community. I think we've also experienced tensions between, these groups in our communities are not monoliths. They're diverse. There's a lot of diversity in diversity. So sometimes we've also experienced tensions between different parts of our community that we're trying to work with. And we, I think, have realized there's a lot of power dynamics between us and the community. There's unfortunately, because our attention in parts of the community has been so limited for so long, that we've created some negative dynamics with sort of a scarcity situation of who gets to engage, and it's there's been a lot to learn there. I think in terms of the other part of the question, just resistance to change, I think that we certainly had people who told us they didn't appreciate us, for example, leading with race. I think we told them there's a lot of evidence that that is the best way to make advances on all parts of equity, and ensuring that we do, it's race inclusive. It's not race and that's the end of the story, but that we know if we don't start with race, we likely will not get there because it is such a deeply uncomfortable topic in our country. And it is the outcome that across, or the thing across all outcomes that we know makes the most influence. So we had a lot of pushback around that, and we just were able to share, these are our reasons, and this is the course we've charted, and we have the support of our leaders. And sometimes we have had to work to ensure that we continue to have the support of our leaders internally and our elected leaders. And I think one thing that we are seeing even today is that is ongoing work. It is not a linear thing where it gets easier and easier. Sometimes it gets easier, and then sometimes it gets harder again. And DeAngelo, I don't know if any of that sparks anything for you.
I think everything that you said is true. And I think something that I've learned in my time here at the city is that this idea of getting something done in a perfect manner is what's really going to be the biggest challenge or barrier to doing this work. The equity and inclusion work is such a messy space to be in sometimes, that I know that there were days that I was working on this plan, and I would wake up and I'd go, man, I don't know if I have the emotional capacity to continue doing this work, right? Especially hearing leaders, especially that identify as white, saying that this isn't something that we need to be focused on right now, right? We need to be focused on greenhouse gas inventory and things like that. The numbers were really a big piece of that, and recognizing that data isn't only, you know, numbers, but there's also a lived experience piece to it. There's a storytelling piece to it. There's a lot more that goes into data, right? And how we kind of use that to make our case for doing the work that we're doing is extremely important here. So yeah, it can be kind of tough. And we're happy to share more outside of this too, if folks are interested in what that looks like. So yeah. Other
Yeah, we got another question for you. Go ahead, Kelly.
So in terms of getting engagement from your BIPOC and FOTH community members, were you providing any form of incentive, money, food, any of that thing to like let them know, like invite them in, and actually get, you know, good engagement out of those community members? Sorry, I have like a 3-part question. So one, 2 is then in terms of like inviting people into your ongoing development, as you're starting to implement the strategies, are you providing, is there a stipend or some sort of, you know, what is the benefit to them other than being heard, to participating in the ongoing implementation? And then how did you convince your elected officials that providing funding or whatever it is you are providing is worth the money or whatever it is to actually get that engagement?
I'm just going to repeat all of that the best I can. So.
Yeah, I think I heard you. Molly, do you want to discuss service agreements and what that might have looked like and then go into it a little bit more too?
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did that one we heard that one pretty clearly. So we absolutely do our very best to compensate people whenever we can. If you are willing to come and give us your lived experience, your traditional practices, the benefit of your community's collective knowledge, we absolutely want to pay people for their time, and not just their time, but their expertise. We want to treat people as if, because they are consulting with us. We would pay a consultant for technical expertise. We want to absolutely pay community members for their lived experience. That is another extremely valuable expertise that we have not been recognizing well. And it's made our plan a lot better. So we had, when DeAngelo was speaking about our partnerships, our community partners and our plan ambassadors, our organizations, we were able to pay, I think those, depending on the partner, were around $5,000 a year. I think sometimes varied a little bit up or down. And we had, I think, 3 paid partners during the planning process for organizations. And then we also were able to contract with individuals. That is a lower stipend. We're able, if you're an ongoing partner, we're able to do around $600 a year. We do that specifically to keep it under the tax reporting threshold, because that ends up being sort of a burden for people for not really a lot of money. So we are able to do that. We also have tested out different methods for incentivizing things like focus groups. So not the ongoing partnerships, but just sort of you're going to come and you're going to give deep information to us. We typically do that with gift cards. We also try to offer transportation stipends, childcare stipends, or childcare on site. We try to always have food, and we also try to have food that people want to eat. So not just pizza every time. We did that for a while and heard, hey, we actually have really wonderful and diverse food in our community. Could we do a little better? And I think that was a, small but actually meaningful change that we were able to start making. Unfortunately, then COVID happened and that changed. But we also were, for example, we have a local food delivery company, and we, for some of our meetings with our partners, would say, okay, you have a $40 budget. Plus, if you need, if you have more people in your household that need to get fed, we can work on that too. Or it might have been $25 up to $50 if you had multiple family members that you needed to feed. So really trying to remove those barriers for people, as well as pay for their expertise. So that does cost money. And I will say one of our sort of lessons learned is that we need to budget differently for that. And I still think we have opportunity to do that. But we've been able to make it work. And I think we've had really good support up our chain to be able to just do those things, to pilot it, to learn from other cities what are best practices. And so that's an area we haven't had a ton of pushback, even as we've spent a lot more money there than we might have in the past. And we spent a lot of time with our legal team, also understanding the nuances of asking people to lean in, but especially like you coming to be on a city team. Does that mean that you're close enough to being an employee that you might get someone might get into a space of like a legal challenge of not being compensated as an employee? So we've had to really like dig in deeply to some of those legal ramifications too. So that was probably maybe a lot of detail. And if you'd like me to go in more on one area or another, there's a lot here.
I'm also really quickly, I just want to share, and I know that we might be running short on time, but really quickly, I think that something that we heard from a lot of our partnering just communities that we have relationships with, was that once the pandemic hit, so we started a lot of this work in 2019, right? Once the pandemic hit, there was a disconnect between municipalities and their communities, right? Everyone had their own needs going into the pandemic, needed to be addressed, and it might not have primarily been, planning and city things, right? It wasn't that. It was, how can I take care of my family during this time? I think that because we had already started to build those relationships during the pandemic, we were able to maintain that community engagement aspect through virtual platforms. And we heard from our communities they needed support on specific things. That's a great kind of feedback to provide to your elected officials, right? Like, this is what the community is still saying, even though we're not having these kind of council work sessions or anything like that anymore because of the pandemic, we still have this connection for information for you. So that was why I think that a lot of our elected officials were super happy that we had already started this, because they didn't feel disconnected from the folks that they were representing in that space. And then, of course, during 2020, we had a lot of social unrest, civil unrest with the murder of George Floyd and things like that were going on. And I think that there was it showed that there was a real need for more capacity in the EDI space, equity, diversity, and inclusion space. And so from that, we were able to create our equity, diversity, and inclusion office. We have I'm trying to remember how she changed her title, but we have an equity and inclusion officer who's doing a lot of great work in this space now too. And all of this happened in between, I guess, 2020 and 2021. So we've added a lot of extra capacity in the space. We've added a lot of extra capacity on our executive leadership team, and that has kind of been able to support us in our space that we're sitting in right now with the EDI work. So there's a lot of great things that came out of that. The pandemic, not so much, but all of our work in this space has been supported by either elected officials or our executive leadership team. So yeah.
I know one of our former climate program managers, a great story of when we started down this road. She asked one of our sustainability executive, I know I'm out on a limb. Am I tethered to anything? Like how much support am I going to get as we take these risks? And she was able to hear, like, we've got you. And I think we consistently saw from our executives and continue to see a lot of willingness for risk taking in this space.
Any other questions? We got time for probably at least one more.
On your slide, and one of the questions you talk about moving at the speed of community trust, which I think is a great way to kind of frame it and look at that. So I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more about how you guys might measure if you feel like you have received a good community input or trust on a topic. I know there's probably not a great way to fully measure it, but do you have any sort of metrics you try and hit there, or how do you kind of move through that?
I think one of the things that's been, and DeAngelo, feel free to add to this, but one of the things we've tried to do is talk about the value of anecdotal and qualitative evidence and getting away from the only things that matter are numbers that you can put into a calculator. And so one thing that we've talked a lot about is like, is the community telling us that this is working? Is the community telling us that we're going at the speed of trust, or are they telling us that we're going too fast? And, are we seeing more people show up to our meetings, to our things we're trying to do with them, or fewer? Are we seeing more people ask for, action in the co-led space, or are we seeing people hesitate? And, that picture is really valuable, and it has taken some work to come around from only quantitative metrics matter. So we're trying to be more in that space. And I will say, I think we've experienced both of those sides of like people like our participation waning because we aren't getting it right, and people starting to step back in as we correct. And I think that on our waste team, we have a lot of focus from our city council on waste related priorities that they want to move really fast. And I think in some cases we are not hitting the speed of trust. I think we are not anywhere near it. And that is something that we are trying to figure out. How do we hold both of those things? That this is our moment with our city council, and also city councils change out fairly frequently, and to re-onboard to all of this and why we might need to slow down to go fast is something we haven't cracked that.
I also would say that our climate future has been a plan that other plans have kind of mimicked best practices from. And I think that from those plans, we've been able to develop a more quantitative kind of data space that we use to identify whether there are disparities within our community. And so we have an equity indicators report. And that report has been something that has been utilized since I think it was created in late 2020 when our equity officer came on. But that report is something too that we look to see like what disparities are in our community, what are we hearing from our community members, and how is that showing up, and what can we do to address it? What kind of resources can we dedicate to address those disparities, right? So there's been a lot of great things that have come out of our climate future and best practices in developing other plans and documents for us. So yes, the quantitative and the qualitative data has been changed drastically, I feel like, since we've started our equity and inclusion journey.
Probably are getting close to wrapping up, but just wanted to share that we recently had a conference in Colorado here of recycling managers and waste related folks. And I felt a little surprised that there were still a lot of problematic things that I feel like I was hearing at that conference. There was comments made around what we really need in the recycling industry is to find the next crying Indian campaign. And I think that as waste professionals, we have a lot of responsibility. I think waste has actually had a pretty long history of breaking trust, especially between governments and BIPOC communities. And I think that to even today, there's a lot of really problematic narratives about who cares about recycling, about who is a zero waste leader or who it's for. And I think that we don't often see our opportunity to correct those narratives, to work with our community to tell better stories, to elevate and shine a light on leadership that is happening in our communities from our BIPOC communities. So I just would maybe leave you all with that of thinking it's not always about how to implement composting in a more equitable way. It's also of how we're actively trying to repair harm that our industry has done. So yeah, I'm excited to maybe hear back from the organizers of how your conversation today goes. And we always love to hear stories of something we said today sparked something in your community.
All right, well, I think that's a great way to end this session. I really want to thank DeAngelo and Molly for being here. It's early for them, so we really appreciate it. Yeah, but thank you all for being here. And if you want contact information, I can definitely share that with you. So thank you both.
And this session is about demystifying the legislative process. I like that. We have two experts in the field of working at the Capitol to shed some light on how does this all work at the state Capitol. And if we want to get involved, what do we need to be aware of? What do we need to know? What pitfalls should we avoid? And just try to help us understand how this all works and how our laws happen and what role we can have with it. So first up, we will have Craig Johnson from the Association of, the League of Minnesota Cities. and then Brian Martinson from the Association of Minnesota Counties. So I'll read a quick bio of each of those and then turn it over to them. Craig is with us, and he is an intergovernmental relations rep with the League of Minnesota Cities, as I said. He primarily handles issues related to environmental, energy, and land use policy, and has been in this role with the LMC since 2003, so he knows his work. Prior to working for LMC, Craig has been the policy manager for Governor Ventura, the legislative coordinator for the MPCA, and the legislative director for 2 statewide environmental organizations in the state. Brian Martinson, he has been the environmental and natural resources policy analyst for the Association of Minnesota Counties since February of 2019. In that role, he also serves as government relations staff to the Solid Waste Administrators Association, or SWA, Minnesota Association of County Planning and Zoning Administrators, and the Minnesota Association of County Feedlot Officers. So he covers a lot of ground as well. He's been involved in state legislative and policy work for over 20 years as staff at the Senate and Director of Government Affairs, State Government Affairs for an ag cooperative. So those are our 2 experts here today to try to help us understand the legislative process. And we'll start with Craig, and Brian is online and we'll transition to him at that point.
Thanks, Dan. So I'm going to stand up so the people behind the podium can actually see the talking head instead of just having to envision what it might be. And how about we start with some basic background of the legislative process. So how many people, raise your hands, have been to the Minnesota State Capitol? Okay. Take your hand down if that was in 6th grade for your school trip. So the rest of you have been there as an adult. How many of you have been there to testify at a hearing or a meeting? Excellent. So we've got some experience in this room, and that's an important thing to remember as you all work on what you're going to do up there. Is there's a ton of people who have done this. It is not some crazy thing that no one has ever done. Check around. You'll find people who can help you. And if you've ever been in front of your city council, it's probably easier than that in some cases. So I guess what I'm going to do is kind of go through the legislative part of this, tell you what the process is, how it works, what you can do. Brian's going to talk more about the elections and next session and kind of how all that plays into this and why things work the way they do it or don't work the way they do at the Capitol. So I think I'll start with the real basics because I found it does not pay to assume people, 1, paid attention in 9th grade civics class, and 2, were taught the right things. Because what you learned in 9th grade civics class is a very nice idealized way of what the process might work like if you were to not go there and see it happen. We're going to talk more about how it actually works, and the things you learned in school are accurate, but the stuff that happens between the steps you heard about in Schoolhouse Rock are a little different. Which, by the way, is a brilliant cartoon. If you go to YouTube, watch it again. It'll remind you of the whole thing. Many of us have Bill sitting on our desk with a little figurine, sitting there looking like he's about to be signed, pretty excited. So a couple of trivia things, first of all. So the legislative process in Minnesota is done on a biennial basis, 2-year process, which is also how our state agencies do their budgeting. And of course, that doesn't sync with how cities do their budgeting or counties do their budgeting, but that's okay because we'll just all have our own calendars. The process in Minnesota is for a part-time legislature. They are not a full-time body. So they meet at the beginning of each year. And the first year of a biennium is the odd numbered year, comes right after the even year elections. So we'll have elections this fall, 2022. January 2023, the new legislative biennium starts. The new people get sworn in and we start. And the state's budget is the first thing that they have to do for the next 2 years. So best to have people jump right in with limited experience and do the budget. The legislative session in Minnesota has a constitutional deadline that's in May, typically right before Memorial Day. It's the first Tuesday after the third Monday in May, if I remember correctly. And that's the limit of when they can meet. They must stop meeting on that date. So if they haven't finished all their work, the choice is they have to wait until the next January or February to come back, or they have to do a special session in the middle. And out of the last 11 years, 9 of those years have had a special session afterwards. One of those years had 2 special sessions, one had 3, one had 7. Because we met every month in 2020, all the way through the year. Because of COVID and the fact that they finished none of their legislation during the regular session. So they came back every month and continued to not finish anything for the rest of the year. The second year of the biennium is usually shorter. It usually starts in February, mid to late February, and goes through the same May cutoff date. And usually that's to fix things in the budget that didn't get done right the first year, or to reallocate money if there was a change in state finances that makes it so we have a surplus or a deficit we weren't expecting when we did the budget. So that's what happened this last year. Brian will go into that. And it's also the year that typically is when they do the capital budget, so the bonding requests for public infrastructure development financed by the state. That's normally done in the second year because it's a shorter year and it gives them the whole year and a half prior to that to go around the state and look at projects and have hundreds of presentations from cities and counties and agencies about what they want built in the state, and state agencies have a long list of those. That is the normal split of work, but a phrase you'll hear us use a lot is anything can happen at any time as long as the legislature is still in their biennial session. We're going to get messy now. We're going to start getting messy. So what can you do and how do you follow this, and why is it so darn hard to do that? So the process starts, just like Schoolhouse Rock told you, with a bill being drafted. And very frequently, just like Schoolhouse Rock, it is not drafted by a legislator. In fact, almost never is it drafted by a legislator. Either interested citizens from a community come in with an idea, or lobbyists come in with an idea. The legislator says, okay, I want to see what that would look like as a law. And then something gets drafted, eventually by nonpartisan staff at the Capitol, that shows what the changes to law would look like. The legislator then decides if they like it enough to put their name on it. And if they do, you now have a bill that you're working on with an author. In the House, there's no limit to how many people can sign on to a bill. In the Senate, there can only be 5. Anyone know how many members the Minnesota legislature has total, House and Senate? Minnesota legislature, 201. So we have 67 state senators, 134 House members. Each Senate district is split in half by population and has 2 House districts in it. So 2 House members and 1 senator represent any given Senate district in the state. So it means that in one body, there's twice as many people to talk and twice as many people to introduce bills, and things tend to be a little more chaotic. And in the other body, it's a much smaller group, and each person kind of has a bigger influence on what happens because they're one of 67 instead of one of 134. So you get your bill, and it comes in, the first jargony term you're going to get, jackets. So there's green copies and yellow copies. The green copies are the House bill. The yellow copies are the Senate bill. They're identical, just have a different colored piece of paper stapled on the top of them. And the Senate one only has 5 signature slots. And the House one has 35, and then a back page that says, all lines. You can fill in as many as you want. Somebody takes those jackets around to get bill authors to sign on saying they will support that bill. Sometimes it'll be the committee administrators or their staff, or it'll be an actual legislator who just takes their bill around and gets 3 or 4 of their friends to sign on to it on the floor session that day. Other times they will say, take this around for me and get authors. And the first thing that Brian and I and others that work up there all the time do is strategize about who do we need and want as authors. Because all authors are not created equal. All authors have pluses and minuses and personalities. So you want an author that you know, and you want an author that you trust. Because once that bill starts moving through the process, it is going to change. No matter how well you worked it out, if you did 6 years of work with this group to come up with exactly the language you all wanted, the first hearing, the language is going to change. And now you're going to have to trust that your author actually is still aware of what it is you want and make sure that that stays in the bill. And that's what really a big chunk of the work is as you work on a bill at the Capitol, is working with your author to keep the bill's integrity the way you want it. And your job as a local expert is to keep saying, if you make this change, it would cause this to happen. And that could be good or it could be bad. But that's where your expertise becomes the most important in this. The other thing I would say, and Brian may cover this a little more, but having one of you from a county or city contact your local legislator and say this bill is good or bad and here's why, in your official capacity, has vastly more importance than what I say to them about the same bill. They still trust that what I'm saying is true, but it doesn't apply to them. It applies to everyone else in the state, but not them. It's, you know, it's the tunnel vision thing that we all get. But if someone from their district says this is a problem and we need your help, that becomes a very different situation, and they realize that they should probably pay attention. And that's when Brian or I probably get a phone call saying, okay, I had 2 cities contact me yesterday saying this was an issue. What's going on? Tell me what it is. Do I need to get involved? That's our role as people representing associations, is we're the ones that they know are always available, always accessible. If they don't understand what's going on, ideally, they call us immediately. That's how it's supposed to work if we're doing our jobs well. Associations like yours have that as one goal. I would say it's a very important goal as you work collectively on how are you going to work on legislation more. An important thing to keep in mind is how do we as a group become known as an expert source, that if legislative staff have a question about recycling, they're going to contact someone with us. And what I can tell you, that happens over time and over consistent representation. The easiest thing right now is to work with Brian and I regularly, and we will direct people to you. Because as you might have guessed, we're not the experts. We just play them on TV. So now the process of bills. How many bills do you think were introduced between the House and the Senate in the last 2 years in Minnesota? How many individual bills do you think were introduced? 4,600. 4,600. 200? How many? Well, 1,000. So in the last 2 years, the House of Representatives, just the House, introduced 4,974 bills. That's a record. The Senate introduced another 4,681 bills. So combined, over 9,500, 9,600 bills. How many do you think were passed into law and signed by the governor? 11. That would be very depressing. And just so you know, the Senate number of bills was just shy of the record. The House number of bill introductions was a record. And the number of chapters of law signed and sent to the governor by both the House and, sent to the governor and signed was 99. That's over 2 years and several special sessions. That is a record low. There has never been that few bills passed into law during a 2-year period in the history of Minnesota.
Is that omnibus and individual?
Everything that passed, 99 total.
But omnibus was kind of one.
Correct. Yeah, and as folks who followed know, we didn't pass many of those either. Um, it's a impossible task to believe that you're going to evaluate every single one of those and know what's going on. Yes.
Is that an anomaly in Minnesota because we're split and most states are not in terms of party?
So,
Or is that typical right now?
so the question is that unusual because we're a bipartisan, or we are a split legislature, meaning a divided legislature. We have Republicans in control in one body, Democrats in control in another. And it used to be that it was only Minnesota and Congress that were divided legislatures. Then Congress became a not divided legislature, but the state of Virginia joined us as a divided legislature. So we still have company, but that's it. Every other state in the United States and Congress, the House and the Senate are the same party. Minnesota, one is Republican, one is Democrat. And it is a factor in how many bills get introduced because a large number of what one body wants to do is completely mutually exclusive to what the other body wants to do. So they introduce their version of the bill. And then, of course, they get it's a Republican on the Senate that does it. They get a Republican in the House to introduce the party, the same bill. And likewise, the Democrats do the same. They introduce their bills in the House and they get a Democrat in the Senate to do the same. So that does increase the numbers. But this is more than we've had even in other times. Minnesota regularly has a divided legislature. It's a hobby in Minnesota. It's actually kind of common that in an election, Brian will probably get into this, Minnesota likes to flip. So if one body switches Republican and one goes Democrat, the next time maybe they'll flip. One will go Democrat and the other will go Republican. It's like Minnesotans don't like voting for the same party all the way down the ticket. So we, I think, have the best chance of making a difference if we understand the process and how to do that. And following every bill isn't going to really be possible because, to be honest, 95% of these bills, no one ever intended them to pass. They're being introduced as a political statement. They're being introduced because someone asked someone to do it. And they're not going to push it. They're not going to try and get it done. And so we have to sort through all of that. And they come in by the hundreds every couple of days. A couple hundred more new bills come in each body. And we sort through them and flag the ones that we know are real and are moving, and then watch the other ones to see what's going to happen. If you want to do that, it's actually, it's very doable online. You go to the Minnesota State Legislative website. There's one page for the House, one for the Senate, and one for bills and one for statutes. And you can go to the one for the legislature and look at the bill introductions that are recent there. It'll say bill introductions and you just click on it. Or you can go through those bills and flag them. And there is a program available through the state of Minnesota for free called My Bills. And every bill you enter in there, it tracks for you. And you can do it by topic code. So you can say, I just want to see every environment bill because I just want to see what they introduce. And you will then see the depressing amount of stuff that is thought of. But it allows you to get a feel for what the things are that might be discussed at the Capitol.
How do we get them to improve upon that? Because I feel like you never get any notice when the bill is going through.
So the question is, how do we get them to improve on that? Because people who have used it say you never get a notice when the bill is going to a hearing. I have no idea. Because we don't get any notice of when the bills are going to be heard either. Frequently, you will get an agenda, you go to the hearing, and they end up not hearing 3 of the bills that were on the agenda. It really doesn't happen that you go to the hearing and they bring up a bill that wasn't on the agenda. That's something I really don't know if I've ever seen as a bill heard separately. What you very well might have happen is on a hearing on capital projects for solid waste, a senator pulls a piece of paper out of their pocket and says, I have the A21 amendment, and it's all the language out of a bill that is not scheduled for a hearing. And they just plop it into that bill as an amendment. I say, it's just a technical fix that was asked for by the industry. I just want to get this in as long as we have something in front of us. And it goes on, nobody testifies because no one knows it was coming, and boom. So that is where it's very, very difficult, and it's where they can't fix the bill notification thing. As far as other ways to track bills, there are very few good ones. There are some apps you can try that are kind of expensive organizationally. The league used to actually try and track them ourselves, and we found the number of hours it takes to do the entry to do those was not worth it, given the small number of bills that actually ever get heard. And trying to keep up to date with hearing schedules that are being amended every 12 to 18 hours. It's just, we were less accurate than my bills. So I saw a hand pop.
I just signed up for all the committee updates. You have excessive number of emails, but at least then I can see, okay, this bill is on PFAS or this bill is on whatever, and then I would know the bills. So that's one thing, is if you're willing to just get those weekly emails from the committees, that's a more effective way, I think.
And I'm going to,
At least it's some, maybe like 24 hours notice, but at least it's some notice versus realizing 24 hours too late.
yep.
But then you still have to have your comments submitted 24 hours in advance generally, so you're still SOL
If you want written comments, but generally, you may be able to still get added as a speaker, but.
Excellent points. I'm going to touch quickly on testimony before I turn it over to Brian, and then we'll have time for going into some of this more probably at the end. The shortcut I will give you that, it's making work, but you do have resources who can tell you what the status of these bills are. It's me and Brian. We actually work for your entities. Unless you're at the PCA, then you're out of luck. I won't answer your questions after.
We have our own resources.
Yeah, and I tell them what they're, no, Tom's excellent. We'll get him trained in soon.
On that note, it seems very intimidating to talk to you or Brian, because you look at your list of people online. So our county commissioner we're not allowed to talk to, or city council. So maybe you could say something about that, of like, are we allowed to talk to you?
So I'll let Brian answer that for himself, but city folks, you are allowed to talk to me. If you're going to be doing active work and lining up testimony at the Capitol and doing that kind of thing, you should be talking to your city management so that they know what you're up to and are okay with it. But if all you're doing is asking me about whether a bill is moving, shoot me an email. And I will get back to you as fast as I can saying that bill is not scheduled for a hearing. And, I can't promise that I'll tell you if it ever comes up, but I can promise that I will give you the best update I've got when I have it. So the only other thing I want to mention is a thing that stresses a lot of folks out when they have to deal with the Capitol is the protocols at the Capitol. How weird are they? How formal are they? How scary is it? I promise you, and Susan has had to go through the training that I put together for the MPCA, and that's 25 years ago. And they still give it every couple of years to the people who have to go to the Capitol. Peter, I'm sure you've been through it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been through it. They require people who they know are going to be at the Capitol to go through this training every couple of years. And it's really pretty simple. When you are actually interested in a bill and want to talk on it, as you heard people mention, you contact the committee administrator of that committee, say, I would like to put in some comments. They will say, do you want to submit written comments? Because they obviously would prefer to not have too many people speak if possible. And then they say, okay, well, we'll put you on for verbal comments then. You should expect to get about 2 or 3 minutes. That's normally all they give you. And unless it's your bill and you're making the presentation for the bill with your bill author, then you get 5 or 10 minutes. And they will put you on the list. And the thing that is very, very different now, we don't know how it's going to work for the next legislative session, is the last 2.5 legislative sessions have been heavily virtual. The House has not had an in-person meeting since March 13th of 2020. The Senate last session started having some of their meetings in person and some remote, and all of them hybrid. If they were in person, they were also electronic. The Government Relations Council of Minnesota, which represents all the lobbyists, it's our trade association, is asking the legislature to keep hybrid meetings as the standard for future meetings, not to get rid of the hybrid option for testifiers. We want members to have to be in the room to vote. We want testifiers to just have to be available, either in person or electronic. And that request was made in writing last week to the legislature. The current plan for the House is that they're going to stay remote only. And the Senate may keep with a hybrid. We don't know, because I'm going to stop now and let Brian talk about elections and stuff for next year. But the last offer I want to make is, if you do feel like organizationally you want to train a bunch of people with the basics of testifying and how to do it, the protocols of Madam Chair, members of the committee, how to respond to questions, where do you sit? How do you communicate with someone in the room if somebody said something really stupid and you need to let them know? What do you do when they're on the floor debating something and they're all locked in a room and you can't even get in there and wave at them? We can do that. The league does training on that. I do the training on that for the league frequently. I'd be happy to come back and do a training session for you guys sometime on testifying and legislative action of that sort, including how to schedule meetings and that kind of thing. Counties I know have a similar program. So with that, we should get ready for the fun of elections for this next year. And I'm going to give a transition to Brian on that of the next trivia question. How many for sure new legislators of those 201 legislators we have in Minnesota, they're all up for election this year. How many will be someone different than is currently in that seat? For sure, minimum. How many cannot come? How many are not coming back out of the 201? 140. One go. Of the 201, 54 members will not be returning, either because they did not run for re-election or because they were paired up against another legislator in a new district, because we just had new districts grown. And so there are two incumbents, only one of whom will come out of this. And a couple lost in primaries because they had two members of their party who got pushed into one district and they ran against each other, and only one of them gets to move on to the general election. So 54 new members without any of the incumbents losing, which there's always going to be some that lose. So a rough estimate, Brian is going to give us all the prognostication on this, but it's going to be more than 30% of the legislature that is new next session, which means people like all of you who have all the knowledge on these issues that they're going to have to learn on the fly. There's no test for being a legislator other than did you get the most votes? You don't have to know anything about anything to be a legislator. You just have to win the election. They're going to need all of us. Brian, tell us more about the fun of the election.
I will do that. Thank you. Am I coming through okay? All right.
Either the computer or the...
How about now?
Good.
Okay, I don't hear an echo. I am going to review policies that were discussed and brought up during the 2022 session. Take a quick look at the current election cycle and what's happening and how that might impact the next session. And then a brief look ahead to the next session and some of the things that might be on the table. First, I want to respond to a couple of things that came up when Craig was talking. And the first item was about reaching out to like Craig or I. And I would say please do. I welcome questions and filling in people when they have questions about what's happening. Even more so, I love to hear from people about legislation that they've heard about or impressions they have or feedback on how it might affect their work to build my knowledge and to be able to better represent the interests of local government as we talk about uh, environment and particularly waste issues. And also on testimony training, AMC does offer testimony training to members of our affiliate organizations, and we have one scheduled for this November. If you're a member of, if you're a county employee and are interested in participating in that testimony training, let me know. So what happened in 2022? It was the continuation of a pandemic style legislative session. We had split party control, hybrid legislative logistics combined with a historic budget surplus. And in the midst of that, we got the once in every 10-year redistricting that turn members' attention to the election year ahead and how the changes to the districts might impact their political future. So the 2022 session started with a forecasted budget surplus of around $7 billion, which quickly grew to $9 billion. There were record bill introductions, as has been discussed. Unfortunately, very few bills were actually passed this year. And part of that is there was no need to pass bills. In the first year of a biennium, they have to set the 2-year budget. So you'll see a lot of both policy and finance built into these omnibus budget bills. And then the second year, particularly with a surplus, there's no pressure to actually pass anything. If there were a deficit and they would need to reconcile deficits, there's a little more pressure, but depending on the political dynamics of the administration and the party control of the legislature, they may not need to take action even in a deficit situation. So what did they pass? They passed early in the session, they passed some bills related to workers' compensation. They managed to get some frontline worker pay passed through, unemployment insurance provision, and a few other small items. But largely, these big omnibus bills that were being worked on did not go through. The exceptions are a veterans bill, agriculture bill that contained drought relief and broadband funding, as well as a small policy bill relating to mental health. But there was significant bills put forward by each body that went to conference committee related to environment and natural resources. And within that bill, there was significant provisions relating to waste and waste reduction. As part of the conference committee discussion on environment, there was additional funding for SCORE, an increase to SCORE grants of 700,000 for the base ongoing. There was a mattress stewardship program in the Senate bill, as well as a chemical plastic recycling provision. On the House side, there was money to repay the Metropolitan Landfill Contingency Action Trust, or MELCAT, which had money borrowed from it in the past for balancing budget purposes. There was an increase to the capital assistance program cap. There's currently a $2 million cap on projects for that bonding money, and there was money included in the House version of the bill that would have allowed them to do an expedited rulemaking to increase the cap on that program. There was standards and labeling for compostable products. There was waste prevention and recycling grant and loan program that had funding of $9 million or just over $9 million. There was funding for food, composting, digestion, market development, and sustainable building programs contained within that waste prevention and recycling program. There was a pilot for composting at multifamily buildings. There was 1.5 million for a new zero waste grant program that would have had components for e-waste, source reduction, market development, and organics programs. There was a call for a report on carpet stewardship. There was money for Pig's Eye Landfill Task Force, cumulative air impacts and air toxic emissions. I'm sure you've all been hearing a lot about PFAS. There were prohibitions on PFAS in carpet, textiles, cookware, cosmetics, juvenile products, ski wax, and firefighting foam. There was also a disclosure on the use of PFAS in products. There was language to establish a health risk limit for PFAS, as well as adding it as a hazardous substance under our state Environment Liability Act. Standards and rulemaking for water quality standards on certain PFAS, as well as some provisions relating to monitoring requirements. All that was included in the discussion of the environment bill. There was also provisions within other bills, an initiative that AMC has long been backing, and SWA as well, was included in the tax bill, which would currently the solid waste management tax, 30% of that is diverted to the general fund. And we have a provision where we're seeking to see that 30% captured from the general fund and directed to SCORE funding. And there was a capture of 3% that was included in the discussions of the tax bill. The judiciary bill had digital fair repair on the House side. And unfortunately, this was supposed to be a bonding year, and we never saw a bonding bill from either body, which wasn't a surprise given the fact that no agreement was ever really reached on the budget. And the bonding bill is typically one of those that comes at the late breaking hour after a deal's been struck, and they throw it on the table and say, surprise, here's what we agreed to on a bonding bill. Not having a bonding bill was unfortunate. Within the governor's proposal, which was the one proposal we did see, there was 19.75 million for the capital assistance program. There was 10 million for organics infrastructure, and a $2 million pilot for final cover on C&D landfills. So there's a lot going on in waste, and as Craig said, having your voice and having the ear of your local elected officials is important to let them know what among those you're supportive of, or how they would either positively or negatively impact the work you do. they decide not to do anything and to take their positions to the voters, and all 201 of those legislative seats are up for election, including all of the constitutional officers. And one of the most significant parts of that decision to run or not, as Craig told you, there's 47 retirements in addition to the list of people who either lost in a primary or decided to run for other offices. We're losing over 600 years of cumulative legislative experience through those changes, as well as a long list of current legislative chairs, the chairs of both the environment committees and the Senate, as well as both finance chairs from both bodies, former majority and minority leaders in both bodies. So there's going to be a vacuum of knowledge, and it's going to take some time to re-educate new members on the issues and those that are important to waste and recycling professionals. You know, it's never wise to try to predict what is going to happen in an election. You know, tradition tells us that in the midterm of a presidential in a presidential midterm election, generally the sitting president's party has a tougher time. There are local issues that would seem to drive voters to change, such as crime and economy, as well as national impacts. There's also the Supreme Court decision earlier this year regarding abortion that I think has thrown a wrench in the cogs of what might have been a typical change election, and we'll have to see. We're less than a month away from the election, but regardless, as has been discussed, there's going to be significant change, and including what happens with the governor's office. I think Craig addressed that the agencies right now are working on the next biennial budget. They've submitted their proposals to the governor and are working to assemble what will be their budget proposal to the new legislature. Should the governor's office change, there will be a scramble to redesign all those budget proposals, and it will look vastly different from what they are currently working on. So much hinges on the results of the election. Looking ahead to what happens after the election and into the 2023 session, which will start promptly on January 3rd. There's a legislative or a statutory requirement for when the legislature begins that first session, and this year they start very early due to when the calendar lines up with that legislative requirement. It is a budget year, and they do need to pass a budget at some point. So things will get done, and both it should be expected, because it's been tradition that both policy and funding will be lumped into omnibus bills, and that will be your vehicle to achieve some change. Depending on who is in control, it'll look very different, but we're expecting to see a budget surplus again in the coming session. The general fund receipts from FY22 were $2.9 billion above the forecasted amount, which already had over a $7 billion surplus factored in. based on those original numbers for what was left of the $9.2 billion surplus that was forecasted in February. That's minus the amount of money that was spent through the last session in some of those bills that did make their way through. However, the future outlook for the state is in question. Recent budget reports are predicting a 3-quarter recession beginning in late 2022. Factors for the negative outlook include the high inflation, the fact that the Federal Reserve is committed to combating the high inflation by raising interest rates, even if it exacerbates a recession, and financial markets are tightening as a result. So we will have a historic surplus when that next legislature comes in, but the future outlook and may hedge their bets on how they spend that money and in what form, if it's ongoing appropriations or reductions, or if they're focused on one-time spending allocations. Also, I would expect a bonding bill to be in play, given that they didn't pass anything in the last session. Generally, they'll look to clean that up, and with the leverage of a budget to pass, I would expect that they'll use that to leverage a bonding bill as well. So in solid waste, I think we'll continue to see a lot of action and attention towards waste. Oops. Did I go away? We'll continue to see a lot of action towards solid waste bills, both holdovers from the last legislative session, as well as some new initiatives. For SWA and AMC's standpoint, I expect we will continue to look to pass SCORE funding through the solid waste management tax reallocation, look to get funding for the capital assistance program and some product stewardship initiatives. We also know that some of our partners and the agency will be bringing forward initiatives that we have heard are already in the works for the next session. I know we're kind of getting low on time, so I'll maybe take a break and allow you all to ask some questions or give us some feedback here before you head to lunch.
Thank you, Brian. I'm not hearing feedback. Are you hearing me, Brian?
I am.
Okay. All right. So we do have time for a couple of quick questions. Kelly promptly raised hers. So let's start with Kelly.
Can you talk kind of about like, in general, let's use the PFAS bill as an example. How many different committees is that bill going to go to? And is it important to testify at as many of the different committee meetings as you can, or do like written comments go through to each of those committees if you submit them to one?
So do you want to take that one? Or
Sure, and Brian can jump in with his thoughts on it as well. But short answer is we have no clue, because the election will happen and then the legislature will decide how many committees it's going to have and what their jurisdictions will be. And then they will decide who's going to staff those committees and chair those committees. And then we can start worrying about where bills are going to go. However, the PFAS bills normally will be heard in the Environment Committee, and I'm sure will still be some committee with Environment as its jurisdiction. If there is spending, it will also be heard in the Environment Budget Committee. And if it involves anything related to health standards, anything of that nature, it will have to go through the Health Committee. If it involves any penalties of any kind, it would have to go through the Criminal Justice or Civil Law or Criminal Law, depending on what the penalties are, committee. So it all depends what's in the bill. As far as testimony, what I tell people is, obviously you want to get your input in regularly, but the committees really want to hear about what does this do in our jurisdiction? So if you come in and try and talk about environmental implications in the health committee, they usually will cut you off and saying, that's the environment committee's purview. How does this affect county health programs or something like that? And they'll ask you to direct your comments to the jurisdiction of the committee. So in those cases, it's sometimes better to put in written testimony so they can't cut you off and you can still give your testimony. Brian, would you change anything on that?
No, that sounded good. I agree. You would like to get your position in front of everyone who's having the opportunity to vote through the legislative process. Submitting written testimony often gives you the opportunity to say whatever you like and address the issues. But I would encourage, if there is relevant committee-focused testimony, to make sure you get the opportunity to give oral testimony as often as possible when relevant. Because some legislators might look at written testimony, others may never look at written testimony, but you want to make sure you give it that extra effort, and always being able to offer oral testimony is preferable when appropriate.
Dan, can I toss in one other thing? As Brian went through what we expect coming for the next session, so the way our organization is looking at it is, what are the options? So the balance of the legislature might stay exactly the way it is now. Democrat governor, Democrat House, Republican Senate. Or any of those party designations could change. So what we are doing is strategically looking at, if one of those or more changes, what does that change for how we're going to work on our issues and what issues we think are coming up? And as you can guess, it makes a massive change. If both houses of the legislature are one party, it's going to be a very, very different omnibus bill that gets discussed. And that's just a fact. So one thing that we are prepared for in your issue areas is if the House and Senate are both Republican after this election, I am anticipating a tax on organized collection again. The last time the legislature was Republican, they went very aggressively to try and remove city authority to do organized solid waste collection. And I would expect to see that again if both majorities become Republican, especially since one of the likely Republicans returning is the author of the bill the last time this happened, was trying to get back into the legislature. So, forgetting his first name, his last name is Anderson, and he is from the Bloomington area. Susan.
Hey, Susan.
We used to work together, and we had a spreadsheet of what we thought was going to happen in the election. And I was always wrong. Craig was always mostly right. Mostly. So I kind of like to hear both of your predictions on what you think is going to happen in the governor's race and in the House and Senate. Do you think Wall's going to I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
So
Brian can start this one.
For the benefit of those online, if you didn't hear, the question basically comes down to, what is your prediction for especially the governor's election outcome? And
that is a very good question that I could make a lot of money if I had a crystal ball to be able to predict that. But, polling is showing that the current governor has a lead. It's with slightly above the margin of error for polling, but polling has shown to be problematic in predicting the outcome of elections in recent years as well. So I don't know that I would be able to really I wouldn't be willing to put my money down on any prediction, although I know some people and somewhere places where you could put money down if you wanted to.
Okay,
So, because Susan asked the question, I'll give some sort of answer. Back when I used to make predictions with Susan, I had just previously been a person who did statewide election work. And so I was very in tune with how all of the districts worked and how the politics in the state worked in every city in the state. That was 20 plus years ago, 25 years ago. So I do not have that same level of knowledge anymore, or, in touchness with how the election is going. That said, I think, an election is decided by who shows up and votes for that election. And if you start seeing something that is causing more people to show up to vote related to a certain spate of issues that are being discussed or attitudes in society, that can give you a hint as to how the election might go without looking at polling numbers, which I agree with Brian, they're virtually useless these days because of how inaccurate they have become in their desperate attempt to figure out what to do now that we don't all have landlines that they can just call all day and night. My intuition as to where it is right now without something significant happening in the next 3 weeks is that the incumbent governor looks to be in okay position. Something could still pop and change that, but seems to have a very stable campaign that is not seeing an eroding of support and does seem to be seeing some more people deciding this is important and I should go vote. On the state legislative level, it is completely up in the air. I think as Brian said, everyone assumed before the election that both houses in Minnesota were going to end up Republican. That I don't think is quite as solid a bet as it was 4 months ago. I think it's much more in flux. And a lot of it is going to come down to how well do where the parties have strong candidates match up to the districts where they need to win to get a majority. Because there are some districts that either side would need to win, and they do not have good candidates there. They have weak candidates that have a very good chance of losing. And it's not one party or the other, it's both parties that have that going on. So I think it's very much up in the air. I wouldn't predict that neither party is going to have a massive majority in the House or the Senate. It's going to be fairly close.
all right. There are a lot of hands going up and we have questions on the chat. Oh, okay. Well, we are past the time and I will predict that some of us would like to move on to lunch. It's one prediction I will make. So I'm going to request, unless there's an overwhelming desire to continue asking questions, that we close out this session and thank our presenters, Craig and Brian, for bringing a lot of interesting information to us. And we look forward to continuing conversations with them.
And I would just repeat, if you have questions that you want to ask one of us that you didn't get to today, send us an email. My email address is really easy. It's cjohnson, spelled JOHNSON, at LMC, like League of Minnesota Cities.org. And just send an email and I'll get back to you as quick as I can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All the emails for all of our presenters and state providers, so those are available online. Tips that Brian Skype message when he emails.
Right, so if it's LDPE, then yes, or LLDPE.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question is, with things like frozen food pouches or other kinds of food pouches, can this facility take that kind of material? And the answer would be yes, if it's low density or linear low density polyethylene. Yeah. Okay, should we move to Renee?
Sure, we can take more questions at the end just to make
Okay,
sure
so just
we have
hold your
enough
questions.
to get. Julie, does that sound like a good thing?
Cool. Yeah, hold your questions.
All right. All the good stuff.
All right, everyone, Renee Burman again. Super. All right, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, sounds great. Well, I'm Renee Burman again with Dakota County. I run our agriculture film and boat wrap recycling programs at the county. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, our experience with both of those programs that have been around a couple of years or a few years. And I'm just really excited because I'm also going to talk about like our experience, what has been successful, and a lot of our challenges. So a lot of our challenges are related to end market. So this is super exciting to hear that we have a facility coming online that could potentially be a new outlet for some of this material. There is a big need not only for more of them, but just a little competition in the arena as well. So just to put, before I jump into our specifics of our program, I just want to put a little context around it. So the framework of like, why is Dakota County even thinking about, why are we playing in the space of film plastic? The first thing is storage has changed, right? We know that. Not only is it cheaper to make our food, you know, cover our food in flexible packaging, but it is for cows and boats as well, right? It's a lot cheaper than putting up a big storage bin or other types of things. So kind of moving along that line. So as a result of that, there's a lot more plastic, film plastic out there than there was 10, 15, 20 years ago. It is the way to store things. And so with that, we also have a county ordinance in place that says thou shalt not burn or bury your waste. And we take that seriously in our county. Our sheriff's office has actually issued citations to farmers for burning their plastic. And that word travels fast. So that kind of got shut down really quick. So that's been really helpful. The other thing is, as you know, we all have, the metro counties have a requirement to recycle 75% of our waste by 2030. And this just really kind of fits in with that. We have a master plans strategy goal that says, you know, like until the private sector, the market really exists, like Dakota County has a role in helping support the collection of this and actually getting it recycled. So we can look at the next slide. Just looking at the egg film plastic recycling program. Here's one of our heavy multi-generational participants out there that's in our program. You can skip to the next slide. And we actually started this, went to a conference much like this, and someone was talking about egg film plastic collection. And I came back, I actually grew up on a dairy farm, and so it's like personal to me. And I said, oh my gosh, I want to collect it. And the person that was talking was actually collecting for landfill. And I'm like, no, there's got to be a better way. We have to, if we're going to collect it, let's collect it for recycling. So did a little research, and actually I'm going to do a shout out to Jackson Becker, because he's here as well with Dakota Valley Recycling. He helped put together a program where we were collecting our agricultural film plastic from our farms. We started that back in 2015, and we put out centralized collection containers, so 3 roll-offs in the rural area, kind of put them in strategic locations. Try to get them as close as to the biggest producers, our big farms, as possible. We have about 24 dairy farms, so compared to a lot of other counties, it's not a lot. But we have some producers that have at least 500 heads, so there's enough out there to collect. We estimate there's probably about 100,000 pounds of the egg film plastic, probably more than that, that's being generated every year. And with that, kind of sent the word out. We had about 20 or so 15 farm participants the first year. The county paid for the roll-offs and all the recycling services. So for the collection and taking that up, we took it up to Green Forest up by Brainerd, where we were told it was being recycled and sent off, I think, to Canada for recycling. And then we had just making sure that it was recycled. And some of the challenges with that, though, is, again, when you have really big producers, you have farms with like 500 head, the last thing they're going to want to do is take those little pieces of plastic and deliver that to a centralized location. So unfortunately, we weren't getting participation from our biggest producers. It were great for the small and medium-sized farms, but not for those bigger producers. So we knew that we needed to find another option. And luckily, or not, we had a new option kind of open up in the state of Minnesota. We can skip to the next slide. In 2017, 2018, a private company called Revolution came into town, and they are collectors of dirty agricultural film plastic. They have a plant down in Arkansas, and they've slowly kind of made their way up the Mississippi Delta and north up into the Midwest. They were working in Wisconsin at the time, collecting egg plastic from the farms there, and they had just moved into the Minnesota market. And us being just across the river and just across from Wisconsin, they were willing to pick up in Dakota County. So that worked out in our favor. We have a unique situation, though. We don't have dumpsters on farms. they're actually picking up on farm in what they call recapture bags, which are just oversized garbage bags. They're like, you can fit about 300 to 400 pounds of film plastic in it. They have a retrofitted front loading truck that they were able to pick up those bags and toss them in their truck. So that was a really great partnership that we've had for a couple of years. With that, the county pays for the recapture bags, which are like $6. So they're really cheap. We don't have a huge investment in this, but we do all the education and outreach, and then kind of coordinate with the farms to make sure that they need the pickup as well. What was nice about when this first rolled out too is Revolution was doing pickup on demand. So as a farmer they need 5 full bags of those recapture bags before it's worth Revolution's time to come pick them up. The farmers would just say, okay, I have 5 bags. They give them a call, and they would pick up the bags. Revolution would at any time of the year, which was really convenient for farms. So here's just a quick graph of how much we've collected over the years, and you can see kind of the difference of when we were doing the centralized collection versus we're getting more collected when we're doing the on-farm collection. In 2016, we did have this spike when we were doing the centralized. That's just because we put a roll-off right on our biggest producer's farm. So he was able to put everything in the container, which was really effective, as you could see, but it did cause some ruffles because then we were subsidizing one farmer and not all. So we discontinued that effort. All right. And then just, was there another slide for this one? Okay. No, that's okay. We'll keep going. Successes and challenges. So just through our program, we've had over almost 225,000 pounds collected since we've rolled out the program, which is a lot. When you think about like light film plastic is, although this is dirty plastic, so there's a lot of dirt. There could be up to 30–40% or more. That's actually just things that can't be recycled. We have a ton of support. The nice thing is when we worked with Revolution, they also take greenhouse film plastic. So we're for the first time now collecting hoop plastic from our greenhouses, which has been a really a good incentive for the greenhouses and helpful for them. And then we're closing the loop on recycling. All the stuff that is taken through the Revolution program, it gets made back into film plastic, to trash liners, and a lot of that actually is on state contract. And so we've got our schools and other public entities here buying it locally, which is a really good, nice closed loop story. One of the challenges though is it is going to a plant in Arkansas, as JoAnne had mentioned, and we're just kind of like looking for closer options. So that's something we're looking at. And then again, because we're still seeing low participation from our farms, even with the big recapture bags being picked up on site, because they don't want to stuff bags. The big producers, they have too much plastic. They don't want to be stuffing bags. So they really want a dumpster. We haven't moved to a dumpster option just because there's a significantly increase in charges from Revolution. And then just the ongoing end market issues. Just recently, Revolution decided that instead of doing kind of pick up on demand, that they reduced it to a schedule where they're only going to pick up twice a year, which is a little bit difficult. Some of our farms are then stockpiling, 10, 20, 30, 40 bags on their farm, and they don't always have the space for that. Things get in the way. The other thing is that Revolution kind of has these ongoing changes in acceptance. In fact, I just got an email Tuesday with another change. So they don't give us any prior advance notice. It's just like as markets change for them, they just tell us there's been a change, communicate this to your farms, and if there's any contamination, we're not picking up. So it's usually a pretty quick scramble. All right. Go on to the next slide. So our boat wrap recycling program, we've started that back in, if we want to slide to go to the next slide, 2016. So we said, okay, we can do the ag plastic. We can, boat wrap's cleaner. It's easier to handle. Let's start a recycling program for that. So we actually, even though Revolution collects boat wrap, we take that through a separate collection program. We're putting out another centralized roll-off. We're partnering with one winter storage location for boats in the county, and we do seasonal collection. So once the snow melts, we put out the roll-off. So that's typically, we run our collection from April to June or through to the start of July. It's been really great partnering with Lighthouse, our winterization storage location, Lighthouse Sport Marina in Rosemount. So we are really trying to get residents. We send out lots of communication to try and get residents to drop off, but we're also trying to target marinas. We have a couple of those right on the river over in Hastings. And then what we found was kind of a big gap initially was the winter storage locations, right? So those kind of locations that store the boats, they winterize them over the winter. So they weren't aware that there was any recycling options at all. So they've been a really good partner as well. And then right now our collected wrap is going over to Up North Plastics over in Cottage Grove. I'm sure many folks are familiar with them. We've been lucky enough to keep them taking our plastic. I know they've dropped a lot of their customers over the years. And so we feel really, really lucky that they've continued to take our plastic. They're taking it from us at no charge, but they have a 0% threshold for contamination, which is really, really stringent, which is why they've turned away a lot of their customers over the years. And just kind of showing the kind of how much we've collected over the years. I always joke in 2020, people were home with COVID, so everyone bought boats. You know how everyone was just like, we want to do outdoor activities, right? And then, so a lot of them wrapped their boats over the winter, and that's why we had the uptick in 2021. And then, like most things that we all purchased in COVID, they probably are just sitting in the back right now. All right. So just some successes and challenges with this. Again, we're closing the loop on recycling, and this one feels a little bit better for us because we are sending our recycling, the collected film plastic, just down the road, like literally within 20 miles, and it's being recycled into new construction film grade plastic. So that is a nice close the loop story. And then also the partnership with our winter storage location, because they're able to drop off as they are unwrapping that shrink wrap from their customers that they've wintered the boats over the winter months. They can put in their wrap in our collection bin for free. And as a result of them taking it for free or putting their stuff in for free, we're asking them to actually sort out any contamination. So they're going in and they're cutting out any vent pipes or any vents that were left on the plastic. They're pulling out any cords or other kind of contaminants, which has really been helpful since we know that our end market doesn't allow any contamination. So overall, we've collected about 36,000 pounds over the last few years through the program. So again, our ongoing challenges are contamination. We're seeing an uptick in that as we get more participation and more interest. And then just end market issues. Like I said, we've been extremely lucky to have Up North Plastics continue to take our stuff, but we know that there's probably an end that's coming to that. So just kind of the ongoing, like what are our next steps is it's continuously looking for, we want to onboard new sites. As long as we're taking the acceptable material, how do we improve our processes so we try and keep that contamination to a minimum? And then really just looking for alternative end markets is really the biggest key. With that, any questions?
Like some specific questions for Renee, a couple questions first, and then we'll.
Right. I have a question. I'm curious if the rink liners for like home hockey rinks, if those are the same type of plastic, if you guys have looked into that as a.
I was telling JoAnne, like, are you guys going to collect rink plastic? Because I get a lot of calls on those. Generally speaking, they would be the same. It's the same type of plastic. Some of it is nylon reinforced, and if it's nylon reinforced, we can't take it in our program. Just because we'd have to go out and inspect every one and see if it has that nylon reinforcement. We have not been accepting them in the program just because we can't afford to get even in our egg program that kind of contamination.
But it is an interesting question, right? So relative to my class, like we hadn't even thought about the ice rink thing, that maybe there's something there. If there's a way to deal with, the version of it that's LDP, low density polyethylene and not the nylon kind, because that's the material that they'll take. And I bet that stuff is, right? It's probably so thick. It's probably really high quality stuff.
They're specific for just Renee.
Is there a reason you're not sending your boat wrap to Revolution 2?
Can you repeat the question for that?
Yes, the question is why are we using a separate vendor, a separate end market for our boat wrap? And it's really because we want to keep it local. And we know that it's being turned into a new product locally as well. And so that's really the main reason for that. I think if that market goes away, we might look at Revolution or someone else. All right.
Kelly?
Kelly.
What's that question? What is your total cost annually for both programs? And then are you providing a stipend to the places that are housing your
Yeah. So the question is, yeah, what's the annual cost to run these programs? And it's extremely low. It's $1,000 or less. So it's a really small investment.
They should give you a raise.
How about
Yes. So we know we've got a little bit of a sweet spot. And that's why when ARM reached out and said, do you want to talk about your program? I'm like, I'm not sure if it's replicable, right? Like, I don't know. So it's a minimal investment. I mean, obviously staff time, there's a lot of coordination with the farms and just, on those things as well. But really, you know, kind of what we're subsidizing is pretty cheap. As far as, the offset or any kind of subset, if we're subsidizing the host site for our roll off, the funny thing is for our host site, the commitment is they have to sign an agreement with us for our county attorney saying thou shalt not like sue us if anyone slips on the roll off, right? But then it's really, you can put your stuff, they can put their stuff in for free, is really it. That's the benefit to them.
I have a question. Probably come up with them as we talk.
So for the really large producers that you have said aren't utilizing the program very well, would there be an opportunity for them to work directly with Revolution to get their own dumpster, or is that too complicated?
Yeah, Revolution, the question is like, what are the various models out there to get the bigger producers participating? We've talked to Revolution about that. If it was an option to put dumpsters only on specific farms, it's not. And they are just getting more stringent. They want to have either all be dumpsters or all be using the recapture bags. And I don't know if that's just because of the trucks that they use, but they're really looking for more consistent models out there.
I have a question from online for JoAnne. And it is, will you be an alternative site for people who are taking their film to tracks? That's from Colleen Sinclair. They take their film to tracks.
Yes. So, yes, we will be an alternative that people want to make that switch. MBOLD does have members who recycle through trucks currently, but again, with very long shipping distances. So yes, we will be taking that LDPE film.
That's okay. Are you, so with the differing materials that it sounds like this program is going to take versus Trex, how are consumers going to know if some of the partners like the Target stores or grocery stores or whatnot are now going to a new place? How are consumers going to know that what they're putting in is going to the right place since you're going to take different things?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, so how would consumers know that if they're participating in store take back, bring back grocery bags and that kind of thing, how would they know where it's going? Yeah, it's a fair question, right? So all of this is yet to be worked out. You know, the plant isn't operating yet, but it's a fair question. I mean, I do think I think for most people, it's pretty clear that trying to do this recycling work close to home is important, right? Like you said, keeping things local really helps, and that it takes out the emissions of shipping something hundreds and hundreds of miles by semi-truck, right? And I hope that there will be more opportunities to keep educating consumers about those issues, that they need to recycle, they need to do it correctly, that it's good to do it close to home, all those pieces, so that people do come to understand more about what happens to their stuff, right? That we all have.
Also brings jobs in there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Which we don't quite educate enough.
Yeah.
I have a concern that, like, you know, some places are going to switch and then people think that all plastic film will now take the new stuff, and then stuff is going to get rejected that is continuing to go to tracks. So I want to make, like, sure when developing the educational stuff that it's very clear from the consumer side where your stuff is going and what can go in that specific truck.
Yeah. Yep. Fair enough.
Well, I'm just thinking about, obviously it's not going to be collected curbside. I'm trying to think of, because I work with counties. So how would I work with you as a state person kind of interface meeting in that.
Yeah.
Companies to figure out what kind of educational materials are supposed to be developed, what kind of bins are supposed to be collected, how do we get them to you, can we mail the stuff, et cetera, et cetera. Is that all coming yet?
So that's something we should be in conversation about, right? So.
Coming from, say, like granola from all.
Right. Right. So what MBOLD is starting with, because we're fundamentally a business coalition, is commercial film, right? That's the one thing that our members control is their own film waste, right? And it tends to be in a fairly manageable number of locations and larger volumes. And the, professionals are putting stuff in the dumpster. So we're pretty confident we can deal with the contamination issue, right? So that's where we're starting to get this off the ground. It would be very interesting to maybe have some follow-up conversation offline or whatever with some of you that might be interested in thinking about things like county hazardous waste sites. Like, would you want to pilot the collection, the receipt of film at those facilities? Yeah. Absolutely. How many of you currently collect film at your hazardous waste sites? A couple of you? Which county? Scott? Anoka? Hennepin? Washington? Right.
We stopped the program. Because of the monkey business.
Yeah.
There's gonna be more. Yeah, I mean, that's why we need to have.
Yeah, mutually.
Likewise.
No, I would say please reach out to me, and we can take more questions on this too. But like, please reach out to me because we're starting with the business side. We are a business coalition, and we're kind of thinking about where do the counties fit, right? And how do you guys want to play, and what capacity do you have to do some of these things on a bigger scale? So we'd love to be in conversation.
So similar to Renee, so Ottertail County, rural Minnesota, we have a film plastic recycling program for the egg and boat wrap. Similar issues with Revolution Plastics and looking for other end markets. So how much of a possibility would egg plastic or boat wrap be? Because egg plastic is soil. And so we've run into issues with other end markets where they just cannot handle soiled film plastic. So is there potential there? I know you mentioned the MyPlast cleaning process being kind of superior, but love to hear more.
Yeah, no, I would say there's definitely potential to be looking at that with the boat wrap. I mean, that's very high quality material and tends to have pretty low contamination dealing with the vent thing, right? So for sure on the boat wrap, for MBOLD, we're a group of food and agriculture companies. We would really love to see the ag piece happen. So the ag plastics would not be the first thing into this MyPlast facility because of the contamination issue, right? So they're going to take the first 6 months, probably get their quality control in place and then start bringing in the ag plastics component, right? But they are confident that they can deal with the contamination piece. So that is something that we need to be worked out, right? And the logistics and the geography and all that stuff really matter, the volumes and so forth. But yeah, we're definitely trying to figure out the ag plastics people, and we would love to be, collaborating with the counties to be part of the go-between with the farm community and whatnot.
JoAnne, I know this, sorry guys, my turn for questions, but I know a few of those companies are using the how to recycle. They're kind of utilizing the how to recycle labels.
Yes.
Do you see all of them kind of going that direction for this program? Because that piece of education helps with where to drop it with the how to recycle, but I know it does cost them to be part of the how to recycle, and somebody's got to keep that up.
Yeah.
But are they in talks about that? I know General Mills does it with the
granola bar.
Granola bar.
Yeah, exactly. That is recyclable. Yeah. Yeah. So many of them are moving to the how to recycle label. Part of the challenge is, a lot of food packaging ends up in consumers' homes, and that gets you to the curbside piece, which is super complicated. And the MRFs have really good reasons for not wanting to deal with film, right? So that is not where we're starting, because that's probably the hardest part of the whole equation. And yet when you look at that 15 billion pounds of film in the United States, probably a third of it is commercial, like the kind of stuff that MBOLD would directly be involved with. And another 2/3 is ending up in consumers' homes. So we know it's, I know you guys live in this world, it's a huge issue. That's the kind of thing that would take a lot of collaboration with the MRFs and the counties and so forth over, I'm assuming, a number of years to see what might be possible there.
Are they going to do tours of the facility?
Oh yeah, MyPlus? Yeah, for sure. And they,
There we go.
yeah,
Arm suggestion.
yeah, yeah. So they're actually building it out so that there will be like educational components to it. So they're really thinking about how to design it so that it can have tours. And currently, even just the basic architecture of the building, you go up to the second floor and there's a large area that would, probably half the size of this room, where you can look out over the whole production floor. Like, it's super cool. So it's going to be very, I think, accessible in that way for people to come visit and see it. Because we know that that's part of making it real.
Yeah, you've had your hand with glass for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were asked, have we been in touch with the Sustainable Packaging Coalition? And actually, this project that I'm describing you today, the whole circular economy thing, is a finalist for their National Innovator Award, which is being decided in another couple of days, I think. So we were super excited about that. And we are in touch with them, and a lot of our members are their members. Some of our staff, My Class and Charter Next and Schwann's, are all speaking at their event this week in Atlanta. So yeah, but did you have a particular angle on that, or?
No, I just.
Yeah.
Hoping they were.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the recycling partnership, and yeah, there are a lot of those national stakeholders out there. Closed Loop Partners is providing asset financing to My Class multi-million-dollar loans for equipment for the recycling operation. So like Closed Loop is very much a part of this as well in New York City. Yeah, so how many green jobs? It'll probably be 250 to 300. Yeah, right? Right? So, I mean, the city of Rogers is also like super excited about this, right? So yeah, no, it's all really good. The state has been helpful as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said you're only partnering with, right? What are you doing with them?
Yeah, great. So what's the involvement of universities? So the University of Minnesota is a founding member of the MBOLD Coalition. So they're at the table with all the big companies that I showed you and others. And so they are very much part of this. I actually spent the morning over at the university's MRF on Como Avenue in St. Paul, which was super cool to see. And, they have a lot of film, right? They've got food service, they've got all the stadiums, they've got ag plastics, they've got all sorts of stuff. So we're very much looking forward to them thinking about, are there opportunities for them to supply that to us? And then, they're buying film products as well. Like, are there things that can be done on the demand side to really drive that circle? So all that's, to come. And in terms of other colleges and universities, that would be fantastic to see others participate. Right. And one thing I should say is, the film shed for My Class is probably about 600 miles. So that gets you down to Chicago. But, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and the Dakotas is the, that and Northern Illinois.
We spend a lot of time and money messaging to public about keeping the plastic film out of our cars and dumpsters, address the problems that you alluded to.
Yeah.
Just thinking about Target as a partner, so it sounds like your initial sourcing for, stock is the commercial sector and not store drop-offs. But with Target being a partner, are they thinking about that segment? And since they already have partners for their film plastic, how does that affect their role? And I guess will that be part of your program?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's the role of Target and where that might go. Yeah, so I don't want to divulge anything, but I will say Target is among the investors in My Class. So they're very much at this table. And we're very much in conversation with them about supply and demand issues. And yes, they do have a lot of film that comes into store take back. There's also all that grocery film that mainly goes, I understand, to UNFI, right? That's finding a home elsewhere and whatnot. So we would really love to see the store take back piece take off. And I've kind of wondered, there are also a lot of other retailers that are selling, things that are in plastic wrap or shrink wrap that could potentially become drop sites if we had a local end market. So where might there be opportunity on that front too? And so, as I mentioned, one of the things that we're going to do in December is invite, a list this long of corporate players in to participate with us and just kind of say, we'd love for you to join us. How do you want to play? Are there other opportunities around store take back? All sorts of other things. We got to find the marina people, right? And get them there to really kind of open up the funnel and say, who wants to be part of this?
Question. So I know you've said for the store drop-offs right now, we kind of educate to use plasticfilmrecycling.org for the list of acceptable films. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but are there certain things that are on that list that would not be acceptable then? If it's just the specific type?
Right. So for store take back, what are the materials that can work that would go into the MyPlus facility, for instance? So MyPlus will handle low density polyethylene and linear low, right? So part of the trick then is explaining what is that from a consumer perspective, what does it look like, right? And we were actually just, at the university talking about like the clear film that goes on top of like, even a compostable cherry tomato container, right? There's that film on the top, which is actually not PE, right? It doesn't stretch, it tears. So like that stuff would not work. That would be a contaminant for us. So that will be part of the whole education process.
Okay, yeah, so like these are the films that are currently educating that we can be brought to the drop-offs.
Yep. Shrink wrap, overwrap, all that. Yep.
So all of this would be
shopping
accepted.
bags. Yeah.
Video of that, if they stretch it.
Yes, exactly.
So it sounds like there's not much of a difference.
Maybe some changes in the packaging industry too, as this facility becomes with so many strong partners.
Yeah.
We might see that, oh, that doesn't work, but if we change it to this.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that's going to go on.
There's very much that bridge with the design for recyclability piece. I mean, you had asked earlier, Jenny, about like alternate materials and like how does that all relate to the materials themselves? And our hope is that this is going to spur more focus on, okay, if you actually had a reliable supply of the recycled resin, how might you design products differently to use more of that recycled content for things where, bioplastics or other options just may not be viable. And it's stuff like pallet wrap. I mean, does anybody have a viable alternative to pallet wrap? I know, right?
There's reusable cloth pallet wraps that there are some organizations that are using.
So, these are like all important parts of the equation, right? The reduce, reuse, recycle. It's like all of a whole. And, to come back to your comment, I would say with the corporations that we're working with, I've spent a lot of time in the kind of regional food systems, sustainable agriculture, kind of outside of that world. And I'm now very much inside that big food and ag world. And I just have to give a lot of credit to these leaders that I have the privilege of working with within the MBOLD coalition. The CEOs of Schwann's Foods and General Mills really made this whole equity thing happen. This would not have happened without that equity deal. And they really took personal leadership to say, this is the right thing to do. We want to make it work. There's a business case for doing this. This advances our goals, things we care about. Let's make it happen. And so this equity transaction was very unconventional. It was very unusual. It's like, not the way we do it typically. And they really made it happen. And it took CEO leadership to just, go to their finance people and say, I know this is really out of the box, but can we get to yes? So I give them a lot of credit. They really took personal leadership. And that's kind of what it takes for some of these things that are really kind of unconventional, and they take a lot of players pulling in the same direction.
I think that's a great place to wrap. Okay. It sounds to me like this probably would be a great topic, and maybe our group can be your pilot program for tours.
Yeah.
We'd
Love
be a
it.
great tour pilot. And I'm sure people will have more questions for Renee as this gets on too, and I'm sure both of them would be willing to accept some email questions. But I would like to thank you both very, very much, because this is an ever-changing topic, and I think it's something that we need to keep on the ARM agenda periodically, because it's growing, it's changing, it's morphing, and we need to keep up on it because it's how we're going to help our community. So thank you very much. They're kind of utilizing the how to recycle labels.
Yes.
Do you see all of them kind of going that direction for this program? Because that piece of education helps with where to drop it, with the how to recycle, but I know it does cost them
Yeah.
to be part of the how to recycle, and somebody's got to keep that up.
Yeah.
But are they in talks about that? I know General Mills does it with their
The granola bar?
granola bar.
Yeah, exactly. That is recyclable. Yeah. Yeah. So many of them are moving to the how to recycle label. Part of the challenge is, a lot of food packaging ends up in consumers' homes, and that gets you to the curbside piece, which is super complicated. And the MRFs have really good reasons for not wanting to deal with film, right? So that is not where we're starting, because that's probably the hardest part of the whole equation. And yet, when you look at that 15 billion pounds of film in the United States, probably a third of it is commercial, like the kind of stuff that MBOLD would directly be involved with. And another 2/3 is ending up in consumers' homes. So like we know it's, I know you guys live in this world, it's a huge issue. That's the kind of thing that would take a lot of collaboration with the MRFs and the counties and so forth over, I'm assuming, a number of years to see what might be possible there.
Are they going to do tours of the facility?
Oh, yeah, My Plus? Yeah, for sure. And they,
There we go.
yeah,
Arm suggestion.
yeah, yeah. So they're actually building it out so that there will be like educational components to it. So they're really thinking about how to design it so that it can have tours. And currently, even just the basic architecture of the building, you go up to the second floor and there's a large area that would, probably half the size of this room, where you can look out over the whole production floor. Like it's super cool. So it's going to be very, I think, accessible in that way for people to come visit and see it. Because we know that that's part of making it real.
Yeah, you've had your hand of glass for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were asked, have we been in touch with the Sustainable Packaging Coalition? And actually this project that I'm describing you today, the whole circular economy thing, is a finalist for their National Innovator Award, which is being decided in another couple days, I think. So we were super excited about that. And we are in touch with them, and a lot of our members are their members. Some of our staff, My Class and Charter Next and Schwann's, are all speaking at their event this week in Atlanta. So yeah, but did you have a particular angle on them, or?
No, I just.
Yeah.
Hoping they were.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In the recycling partnership, and yeah, there are a lot of those national stakeholders out there. Closed Loop Partners is providing asset financing to My Class multi-million-dollar loans for equipment for the recycling operation. So like Closed Loop is very much a part of this as well in New York City. Yeah, so how many green jobs? It'll probably be 250 to 300. Yeah, right? Right? So, I mean, the city of Rogers is also like super excited about this, right? So yeah, no, it's all really good. The state has been helpful as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said you're only partnering with, right? What are you doing with them?
Yeah, great. So what's the involvement of universities? So the University of Minnesota is a founding member of the MBOLD Coalition. So they're at the table with all the big companies that I showed you and others. And so they are very much part of this. I actually spent the morning over at the university's MRF on Como Avenue in St. Paul, which was super cool to see. And they have a lot of film, right? They've got food service, they've got all the stadiums, they've got ag plastics, they've got all sorts of stuff. So we're very much looking forward to them thinking about, are there opportunities for them to supply that to us? And then, they're buying film products as well. Like, are there things that can be done on the demand side to really drive that circle? So all that's, to come. And in terms of other colleges and universities, that would be fantastic to see others participate. Right. And one thing I should say is, the film shed for My Class is probably about 600 miles. So that gets you down to Chicago. But, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and the Dakotas is the, that and Northern Illinois.
We spend a lot of time and money messaging to public about keeping the plastic film out of our cars and dumpsters, and address the problems that you alluded to.
Yeah.
Just thinking about Target as a partner, so it sounds like your initial sourcing for, stock is the commercial sector and not store drop-offs. But with Target being a partner, are they thinking about that segment? And since they already have partners for their film plastic, how does that affect their role? And I guess will that be part of your program?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the role of Target and where that might go. Yeah, so I don't want to divulge anything, but I will say Target is among the investors in MyPlus. So they're very much at this table, and we're very much in conversation with them about supply and demand issues. And yes, they do have a lot of film that comes into store take back. There's also all that grocery film that mainly goes, I understand, to UNFI, right? That's finding a home elsewhere and whatnot. So we would really love to see the store take back piece take off. And I've kind of wondered, there are also a lot of other retailers that are selling, things that are in plastic wrap or shrink wrap that could potentially become drop sites if we had a local end market. So where might there be opportunity on that front too? And so, as I mentioned, one of the things that we're going to do in December is invite, a list this long of corporate players in to participate with us and just kind of say, we'd love for you to join us. How do you want to play? Are there other opportunities around store take back? All sorts of other things. We got to find the marina people, right? And get them there to really kind of open up the funnel and say, who wants to be part of this?
Question. So I know you've said for the store drop-offs right now, we kind of educate to use plasticfilmrecycling.org for the list of acceptable films. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but are there certain things that are on that list that would not be acceptable then? If it's just the specific type?
Right. So for store take back, what are the materials that can work that would go into the MyPlus facility, for instance? So MyPlus will handle low density polyethylene and linear low, right? So part of the trick then is explaining what is that from a consumer perspective, what does it look like, right? And we were actually just, at the university talking about like the film, the clear film that goes on top of like, even a compostable cherry tomato container, right? There's that film on the top, which is actually not PE, right? It doesn't stretch, it tears. So like that stuff would not work. That would be a contaminant for us. So that will be part of the whole education process.
Okay, yeah, so these are the films that are currently educating that we can be brought to the drop-offs.
Yep. Shrink wrap, overwrap, all that. Yep.
So all of this would be
shopping bags. Yeah.
Videos on if they stretch it.
Yes, exactly.
So it sounds like there's not much of a difference.
Maybe some changes in the packaging industry too, as this facility becomes with so many strong partners.
Yeah.
We might see that, oh, that doesn't work, but if we change it to this.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that's going to go on.
There's very much that bridge with the design for recyclability piece. I mean, you had asked earlier, Jenny, about like alternate materials and like how does that all relate to the materials themselves? And our hope is that this is going to spur more focus on, okay, if you actually had a reliable supply of the recycled resin, how might you design products differently to use more of that recycled content for things where, bioplastics or other options just may not be viable. And it's stuff like pallet wrap. I mean, does anybody have a viable alternative to pallet wrap? I know, right?
There's reusable pallet wraps that there are some organizations that are using.
So, these are like all important parts of the equation, right? The reduce, reuse, recycle. It's like all of a whole. And, to come back to your comment, I would say with the corporations that we're working with, I've spent a lot of time in the kind of regional food systems, sustainable agriculture, kind of outside of that world. And I'm now very much inside that big food mag world. And I just have to give a lot of credit to these leaders that I have the privilege of working with within the MBOLD coalition. The CEOs of Schwann's Foods and General Mills really made this whole equity thing happen. This would not have happened without that equity deal. And they really took personal leadership to say, this is the right thing to do. We want to make it work. There's a business case for doing this. This advances our goals, things we care about. Let's make it happen. And so this equity transaction was very unconventional. It was very unusual. It's like, not the way we do it typically. And they really made it happen. And it took CEO leadership to just, go to their finance people and say, I know this is really out of the box, but can we get to yes? So I give them a lot of credit. They really took personal leadership. And that's kind of what it takes for some of these things that are really kind of unconventional, and they take a lot of players pulling in the same direction.
I think that's a great place to wrap. It sounds to me like this probably would be a great topic, and maybe our group can be your pilot program for tours.
Yeah,
We'd
love
be
it.
a great tour pilot. So And I'm sure people will have more questions for Renee as this gets on too, and I'm sure both of them would be willing to accept some email questions. But I would like to thank you both very, very much because this is an ever-changing topic, and I think it's something that we need to keep on the ARM agenda periodically because it's growing, it's changing, it's morphing, and we need to keep up on it because it's how we're going to help our community. So thank you very much.
Make sure you go look at the tables out there. For those who haven't looked at the tabling events that different people use. Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And thank you for being so calm about all the tech. That was
I
disgusting.
have to tell you, probably our first one.
Yes.
I know,
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
Kim.
So Kim actually got us to my class.
Well, and what's really funny is Kim is mentoring my daughter, who I saw you at the
No.
University of Illinois. My daughter is the sustainability programs manager at the University of Illinois.
No way.
She's looking to move back.
Oh, yes, bring her back.
Right? And so she's.
Okay.
And
Kim is that there's a change.
so you made
Well,
Meredith's resume from
No,
time to
it's-
time. because
they're
she's
not
starting
taking
to
their
not
team.
really at work. Yeah. But my
Because I'm
husband
forgetting
is
my
packaging
green
sales for American Packaging.
Yeah.
General
Yeah,
Mills.
please reach out.
Yeah.
And we don't advertise, we've never advertised.
He
Like,
does,
the
he's,
fine print
he's
on
their
our
only
website,
person.
we
Yeah.
say greenhouse.
Sure.
I don't know how
Awesome.
they're.
Dave Chimura,
They took
the
the.
packaging guy who's on our team, which
They-
Kim was on.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how, and it's
Oh,
really
ask
funny
them.
because
Do you
Kim,
want-
I
instead
know
of calling
Kim through some of this
Price
stuff.
response.
And then
Took
it
like
like
company.
No,
I didn't get on. And it was like, here's the updated postcard with our acceptance. It's like, is that a yes? Is that a no? I'll look at the postcard. No, it's a no.
Like mound, and so we've been
Such an
trying to
asset.
get this line. I know my daughter's.
We are down 50%.
Halloween weekend for the Vikings game. She won tickets. Just come back. So
Nice.
they
Emailed
can't
it.
Nice.
going out for a glass of wine.
Nice.
So if you need a
Email.
person,
I love it.
Great.
Oh, she's awesome. We're thinking about where Kim fits in the next phase of this.
Dude.
Gotta raise some money, but yes.
Yeah, do. She.
Yeah.
Well, I've never met Joanne.
Oh, I know, well, I know
MPCA.
your face. Susan, how are you? I do, exactly.
It sounds like
Yeah,
if it's.
I should have
really
credited them to
it doesn't sound like
MPCA
it's
for like
a-
all the boat wrap data. and- Yeah. Yep.
Right next to Cozy.
Yeah, so.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't sound like that was a really.
Yeah.
There's potential. It
Yeah.
seemed like kind of in their market over.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy. I know, I've done so few in-person activities because I started, so I'm like, I know, I'm like, okay, I'm doing this in person. Walking with no mask on.
Right.
You know?
It is.
The lower grade class.
I am super excited about it. And it's just so funny because I get it from both sides. Because I always tell
And he's
Rick
like, it's not worth your time.
that
Right,
Meredith and I being on the
and that's
environmental
the
side, I'm a little
There's a slide
Stations,
from
but
Revolution
my
Plastics that
part of my role
wants
is
to
the
get
environmental.
deleted.
And so we always tell him he's the
Because it
devil.
was like, here's.
We're the angels, you know, we're
started
solving
working
his world
with them, they were
problems.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
But it is interesting to watch.
It's really nice to see
2009, they kind of like bought
But-
into the circular economy. And then starting in 2017, every year they've acquired new businesses, and as they grow on, it's great because they have a circular economy, they're producing these products. But the other issue is they're really. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think. It jumps for this. I mean, that's why I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. We don't. I'm so thankful. And then we take over. Yeah, I know you're bring a box. Yeah.
Well, let's make it for free. But
That guy, Rock, friend.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, if there's a viable option that truly is gonna take it. I think that's years away from happening. Because it's so much good. I mean, it's not like we're gonna be a big group, so. I'll have you, but my person ain't. Did you?
well, they'll keep it.
What's the Bill Keegan?
Group, recycling education committee. They'll speak up from Jennifer. Bill lives with my, Bill's on my recycling committee, and him and I are friends.
Do I need to, can I take this one out?
Is this?
Is this one really empowering? Is yours getting pulled onto the, did it get pulled onto like the hard drive or like the desktop? Oh yeah, so there, so can I just, when this is on the drive, just.
Yeah, I think actually we're probably getting a little more than 1,000, not much more.
It's on the drive. Oh, I probably missed it.
And this is for the rental of.
Yeah, but I gotta unplug one of these and I don't wanna, oh, I got.
They almost need to have like 4 of those.
Are you the coordinator of this panel?
Supposed to be.
Great.
That's why I was hustling.
So is Alison first?
Yes, yep, Allison, and then you, and then Emily, and then Simon, yes, right, yeah. My God, and we're gonna keep hearing more bullshit from Emily.
You gotta-
Everyone follows along, it does
You-
swaps and
and I
fix the clinics.
Well, and I'm just talking about the reuse centers, cause I went, but I was like,
You're gonna hear me until everyone's on board, right?
so it's gonna be a repeat for you and Lisa, basically, but.
Well, actually, it helps. It's just, it's another way to kind of drive messaging for our brains.
I'll rename this per Laura's naming convention here, session 4.
No, you can buy that, there's no, there's a scratch on it, it's like, it's great.
So, finalists now.
I'll just throw it on the curb. I don't even think free is, so like.
So that's what we did.
Much.
Well, so and so all the shelving. And so one shelf. So we brought it all out there on the corner. So he just shoved it all out there. And put free and people come on. Even some kitchen chairs and living room chairs. But those other things were gone. Like it's been for free. Now what they do with it after that? So this is really a way to use it, but. Yeah. So my mind.
We have to tomorrow on the ship. Your own stuff.
That's, well, that's the problem. And then my kids.
They want nothing?
Oh. They don't, I mean, like, of course. Her mom, her dad. It's like, you aren't gonna be so expected if there was a glorious race. Yeah, so I did keep some, and she still has some. Because. It's together.
But your kids don't want
Although my daughter just like that's one of my grandmas.
That's nice. Yeah, she needs to be kind of caps.
Yeah. Well, that's what I told her too, like, tell me, like, this is I was a word. It's like, this, play. This is sort of a video. Excellent.
And I remember when you started that stuff.
It was like that, the store has nothing with it.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, you know, a lot of that.
And then we have all this other stuff, and it's like.
It's fine. So I took one training that was really cool. I think you really have to scrub it.
I think almost two like those. 4 or 5 seconds. It's be more. I mean, you be able to see because there's a lot of people who just touched up. And then yes, yeah. But no, when you buy a brand new and it's
I wanted to do the film
so where's the discount?
panel at Ramsey County.
I saw supply and
That's
demand.
maybe we got to.
They're trying to sell the whole damn thing. When they give us the headlights, your parts instead of buying. Right?
Yeah, where do you live?
Like a little bit.
I
So,
And I
so that's why. We already had a strategy. It's need to be given like a toolkit. How to set it up. How to do this. When you do
Somebody,
top
I've been out here
Facebook,
free
radio,
because.
all that shit.
And then I was at the Great Harvest and it took me across the street.
Yeah.
Tried to take me out.
It's Harold's stuff. That's great.
It's failed, you know, yeah. Should we get started?
Sure. I'm sorry. I get passionate.
The team with fingers. with,
No.
No, now that Teams is closed, it should be good.
Okay.
I, from a
I
distance,
feel like
I muted it.
Clear here, but we have the virtual folks starting right now.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Who's first? Do you know, Susan?
I think Alison is first, then me.
Okay. Allison has she's ready to go. Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I'll just,
So you know our own names.
no, go for it. Go for it.
No, you're better.
I don't know. It's all you.
I'm much more nervous than anxious than anything.
You got it.
Okay, ready? Okay. Everyone here?
So we are sharing, right? For our,
Yep.
okay,
Allison's on? Okay.
Are you ready?
we're ready.
All right.
Excellent. Hello again. Alison Cameron. I'm the Sustainable Procurement Coordinator at the State of Minnesota's Pollution Control Agency. So during my presentation today, I'm going to go over how to set up your own sustainable purchasing policy for your organization. As the state's Sustainable Purchasing Coordinator, I take a deep look at our state contracts to identify sustainability opportunities. I'm going to plug this again at the end, the Cooperative Purchasing Venture Program, which I know most of you in the room work for cities and counties that are already members, is a way that my work can be incorporated into your organization's purchases through our priority contracts. But I'll harp more on that topic at the end. So I'll share a little background on our program. The PCA's Sustainable Procurement Program started in the late 90s. At that point, it was known as the Environmentally Preferable Purchasing Program, or EPP. It was an informal partnership between the Department of Administration and the PCA. At that point, the program was focused mainly on recycled content, reducing toxicity, and increasing energy efficiency. I think we can agree those are all important things. However, the mindset was that while social and economic goals were important, they weren't our battle to fight. We had to choose only one of the 3 legs of sustainability to focus on. Today, the program and the agency has advanced in both its structure and its ideology. We view the program much more holistically, which has contributed greatly to the program's acceptance and success. So as we all know, social and economic goals are shared viewpoints, not competing interests. Progress accelerated once it was formally recognized that all interests are intertwined and necessary for a successful program. In 2013, we were awarded an EPA grant, which funded a spend analysis project. The spend analysis looked at the entire life cycle impacts of different products, the products that the state purchases. This resulted in priority contract category identification. In other words, which of our contracts were the most impactful. While this has been helpful for the state to identify priority spending, it's not necessary for increasing sustainability in all purchasing programs. The scope of county, city, and smaller organizations' procurement programs can improve their sustainability with a well-formed policy to guide procurement. And while there are great ways to manage materials at the end of their life, the majority of the impacts of a product occur during their earlier life cycle phases. For example, resource extraction. Procurement impacts the entire life cycle, allowing buyers to minimize or completely avoid adverse impacts through specifications. Before we get into how to create your own successful policy, I'm going to take a moment to talk about how great addressing purchasing for sustainability opportunities can be. The benefits of sustainable purchasing can be broken down into 4 categories, as you see on the slide: financial, environmental, socioeconomic, and management. For the financial benefits, buying less can be a result of simply reducing or eliminating unnecessary purchases. Additionally, purchasing products with reduced material or lower operational costs can also save money. Products with reduced toxicity can result in lower waste disposal costs, as well as health and safety costs. Having buy-in from more institutional purchasers leverages lower costs for more desirable products. The environmental benefits. Our air and water are subjected to less pollution, fewer toxins and emissions used in making and using purchased products. Finite natural resources are conserved, and renewable resources aren't used faster than they can be renewed. Sustainable purchasing reduces material use, upstream impacts, downstream waste, toxins, pollution, and climate impacts. The socioeconomic benefits are benefits to people in your community, your state, your nation, and globally. We purchase products from all over the state, the nation, and the world. Sustainable products can help people live better, healthier, and with better wages because of our purchasing choices. It can spur growth of sustainable technologies and businesses by creating and supporting markets, healthier workplaces. Choosing local vendors adds economic benefit in your community, increasing wages and local tax base. Purchasing for human rights and ethical sourcing reduces child labor and increases worker well-being and health. Additionally, diversifying the vendor pool can help veterans, women, and minorities thrive, and can support small businesses by making contracts predictable and consistently sustainable over time, so that these smaller businesses can respond and bank on long-term payoff of their investments. Management benefits, reputation, reducing brand and reputational risk through purchases. You may see hiring and retention benefits, and motivated, engaged employees. Some of the vendor relationships can be improved, which can lead them to better understand your organization's purchasing needs, embrace product innovation, and leverage market changes. Public purchasing is the largest procurement group in the nation. It represents more than 20% of our gross national product. Another additional benefit is silo reduction. It encourages more cross-departmental collaboration, which I'll talk about more later in this presentation. So there are a lot of benefits to formalizing a program. Shifting from an informal program to something more formalized brings a lot of benefits. So the silo style purchasing, moving that to a cross-functional collaborative approach can bring a lot of benefits. And those benefits include reduced cost in bulk pricing and eliminating redundancies. Identifying high impact opportunities can also reduce efforts put toward less impactful ones. Tracking, analyzing, and reporting can provide an extra opportunity to provide the worthiness of a sustainable procurement program. All right, let's get into it. What an organization buys, who it buys it from, and how it uses the goods and services once those are purchased reflects an organization's values. Sustainable purchasing policies show a commitment to reducing environmental, social, and economic impacts. So to get started on your policy, begin by gathering information on other sustainability initiatives important to your organization. It might be helpful to create a policy team to assist with the development of the policy. If you are a city, consider connecting with the Minnesota Green Step Cities program. Establishing a sustainable purchasing policy is one of their best practices. And I'll also plug that I am the contact for that. So if you are in that boat, I am always here to help. Identify additional stakeholders beyond your core policy team and schedule regular meetings. State clearly the rationale of the policy. Does your sustainable purchasing support the organization's goals? Connect the sustainable purchasing policy to existing mission statements, policies, statutes, and programs. Specify that policy governs procurement of goods and services. Include that it applies to all purchasers, departments, vendors, contractors, and grantees. Define sustainable purchasing in this part of your policy. So to show you how the state of Minnesota approached this, we asked ourselves, what are our mission and visions? So we collaborated with the Department of Admin on that. So the PCA stated very clearly, our mission is to protect and improve the environment and enhance human health. Our vision at the PCA is to be a national leader in delivering services that support healthy people and ecosystems and a thriving economy. So for the Department of Admin, which houses the state procurement services, it's to deliver excellence to customers, employees, and the public. So together we created the following goals: diversity, inclusion, best value, sustainability, customer satisfaction, technology optimization, and employee engagement. That last goal might be the most important one. Without employee engagement, either voluntarily or by being voluntold to engage, it doesn't matter how much work we do. You need buy-in. But these 7 goals drive the way that we operate our program at the state. The sustainable purchasing policy should focus on the big picture. Talk to your stakeholder group about the following topics and questions. Will the policy touch on pre-procurement issues like maintenance and reuse of existing assets? Will your organization focus on rental versus purchase, reuse? Is a purchaser authorized to pay more for higher quality products? If not, can that be changed? Can life cycle costs be considered? Durable products can be more expensive up front, but the lifetime cost of replacing less durable products can be more costly. How should various environmental attributes or goals be prioritized? For example, is bio-based better than recycled content? Address expectations when buying environmentally preferable goods and services. A strong sustainable purchasing policy is connected to other existing directives. Include references in the mandate or policy so that users can reference it and identify specifics to reinforce goals and implementation. Connecting your policy to other existing policies and mandates can lead to a stronger policy. So for the state, starting with Governor Dayton and renewed by Governor Walz, executive orders have been issued to require that state agencies meet a sustainable purchasing goal of 25% of total spend on priority contract categories. So this has been a focus area for the Office of Enterprise Sustainability at the state's Office of Admin. In return, we use their other goals to drive procurement decisions. For example, one of their goals is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Scope 3 emissions reductions is made possible through the right purchases. Provide guidance on the type of eco-labels to be considered. Common criteria are use of an open and consensus-based standard development process and third-party verification used for conformity assessments. Beware of any eco-label that can be purchased outright. Eco-labels tend to be unregulated. The Fair Trade Commission's Green Guides sets ground rules for environmental claims made on products. And the Eco-Label Index can be used as a helpful tool for evaluating the myriad of eco-labels on the market. So just because something has an eco-label doesn't mean it's sustainable. Another important aspect of a sustainable procurement policy is developing the definition of responsibilities and authorities for decision-making. In this slide, you can see the state of Minnesota's sustainability governance model. This is the structure for our overall sustainability team, but it serves as a good example of how a hierarchy can be used to break up the overall work and assign responsibility. So this helps us determine who has authority to make decisions, defining roles and setting up systems that support those decision makers. Clearly defining roles and responsibilities are super critical to an effective sustainable purchasing policy. Identifying those stakeholders within your organization who are responsible for implementing the policy is really imperative. And next is establishing teams to implement policy elements. Those tasks can include selection of eco-labels, communication, training, and reporting. The effectiveness of the sustainable purchasing policy can only be judged via reporting. Include reporting requirements to hold those implementing the policy accountable. Reports may be requested from vendors and from your organization. These reports should be submitted on an annual basis, and this part of the policy should state who requests and who receives the reports. The policy should identify key points to evaluate and report how departments are meeting goals and mandates. These reported metrics are a reflection of state agency spending that you see in the slide here on our paper and technology hardware for fiscal year 2021. So as you can see, our purchases made a really huge impact in diverting not only greenhouse gases, but saving water, electricity, and money. So I told you I'd make a plug again. I just want to make sure that anyone in the room who is not currently a cooperative purchasing venture partner in their city, county, township, whatever you work for, that you get on our list and become a member. It's also open to school districts and other entities like nonprofits, churches. So if there are any of those organizations in your community, I really encourage you to reach out to them and encourage them to become members. It really helps us extend the sustainability work we do on our contracts into Greater Minnesota. So all of that information can be found on our website. And I want to encourage all of you to reach out to me at my email address listed here in the slide if you ever have any questions on purchasing or are looking for any guidance in setting your purchasing policy up. I'll stop sharing. Thank you, everybody.
You don't need to introduce me. I can do it.
Can you?
Do you want to introduce the next folks?
They told me to introduce me.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Alison. Here we go. Can you guys hear now? Okay, I think we're probably good. Yep. They should be able to hear you.
Okay, I just need to see the slide.
All right.
Here you go.
Good, okay. So with that group, we went through an exercise to look at priority materials, and the three were mixed paper, glass, and organics. So we broke into subgroups, and one of the things that the paper subgroup did was put together this buy recycled paper toolkit. And that was Dan Donkers. Where is Dan?
He was over there.
He was over there somewhere. He's hiding. And Sharon Shriver was on our committee that put this together, and Maggie Yawk from Anoka County. So those three really did the heavy lifting on putting this toolkit together. And then, well, why isn't it on our website yet? That was 2 years ago. Well, that's a good question.
It is a good question.
And it's probably all my fault. But anyway, with COVID, you know, we did have good prices there on paper for a while during that time. So that tends to slide down the priorities. We did lose a person at the PCA, so that was hard for us in terms of trying to get work done. We did just have a big overhaul of the PCA's website. I don't know if you guys have taken a look at the new website, but that just went on like a couple weeks ago. And so our communications folks basically said we can't do anything, put anything new on for like, you know, 8 months until this thing is done. So
I'm hoping that this will be on there sometime in December. Although Tuesday, I just found out the communications person I'm working with is leaving. So, but I think we're in, he authorized it. I think we're in good shape, so that should be on there soon. So what is in the toolkit? Okay, so we have a fact sheet that just talks about why it's important, what are success stories here. And unfortunately, one of our success stories on our fact sheet is West Rock, which I'm sure most of you have heard that West Rock is shutting down part of their facility. And so we'll have to update that on the fact sheet. Did you want a moment of silence? Or?
I thought we could do 4 seconds of silence because there's a lot of people scrambling, right? That's very impactful. So, and then the ball plant you said.
Yeah, so we've had the ball plant in St. Paul shutting down. We've had Gerdau shut down. Brotex is no longer taking Minnesota carpet. So yay, my class, because I have one thing that is. I know. I know.
Uplifting.
So I don't know where Dan is. Oh, there he is. So what's going on in Ramsey County? All your facilities are shutting down in Ramsey County. St. Paul. So anyway, so part of it is the fact sheet. And then we have some sample resolutions and some sample clauses so that you can adopt that for your governing body. These are just suggestions and you can change them and select them based on what your need is. So we have that sample resolution. We also have a sheet, tips for how to do a successful purchasing effort. That is from people who've gone before you or want to continue to have that. So we have some tips for how to enter this and do a successful program. The fourth thing is the product contracts and specifications. So we've kind of done that legwork for you, what's in our state contracts. So you don't have to go through the whole state contract and try and find paper. So all that's listed on there for you. And we do, by the way, have statutory requirements for local governments to buy recycled paper. So that we have those on our 5th piece. And then the last piece, I think Sharon put this, did you put the PowerPoint together? Was that your baby? There you go. So we have it was an 8 or 9 slide PowerPoint presentation that you can give to a city council or your county commissioners or your supervisors or anybody that to try and tell them why it's important to have to buy recycled paper, why it's important for that circular economy. And then the last slide. So to put all this stuff on our website, we're required to brand it. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm going to find out soon. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to do a little fixing up of some of the fact sheet and so forth. And then, like I said, our target date is mid-December. I'm hoping sooner, but with the change in communications, don't know. But anyway, if you are interested in any of these pieces that I mentioned before it gets up on our website, please just send me an email or call me and I can, stamp draft on it and send it out to you if you need it now. And that's all I have.
Question from Gina.
I think we do a quick one, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Question.
That's a good question.
If a city or county or entity uses the resources developed through this toolkit, will it fulfill the Green Step cities requirements or tribal communities requirements?
I would hope so, but I can talk to Alison about that too. Or Alison, are you still on? Oh, okay.
You might get
No, go ahead, because we're pulling up the next one, so.
F5. Well, we've talked about hosting it on the RAM website, but they have very little staff, as you know, and so they kind of turned us down on that. That's right. So you can't find any to buy right now.
Yeah, they said that all the big players get it first, and then like a small project.
Oh.
Get it last, and then so for the last 6-9 months.
Okay, well, that's interesting because I've been with Westrock closing and mixed paper now being of little value. I've been talking to some of the haulers and markets, and they've said that the mills are saying that they don't have enough orders. So that's goes contrary to what, yeah. But yeah, I can look into that and see, but I don't know, like we thought Boise was making 30%, and then somebody that works at Boise was at the state fair and said they're no longer making 30% up in I Falls. So we just haven't had a chance to, look at that. But thank you for letting me know that. Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's good to know.
Well, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna
Should go run off and have a cookie.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
All right, we did a little flippy flip with Emily. I'm going to be concluding this session, but Simon Hefty is going to be doing his presentation because it's all in purchasing, obviously. Simon, God, I've known him forever.
Oh,
we were a lot younger when
Yes.
I was a young little boy when I worked at Hennepin County. A little wet behind the ears. I'm not as bad now, but yeah.
It's great to see a lot of familiar faces here for sure too. A lot of people I've called on for all kinds of things over the years to keep it being informed with the legislative side of things, which has been great. Yeah. So afternoon session. Arm, how we doing? I'm trying to read the room. I don't know if you guys are tired or I had a lot of data. I missed the whole morning, but you got some great food, so that's good. I was wondering if they should get up and maybe try to touch the sky. I don't know.
Right? Oh, that's a good idea. Stretch.
Everyone stretch. Everybody stretch. Everybody give it a little go. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. So I'm here to talk about, do I do this or you do this?
Sure.
I don't know who does this, but I'm here to talk about BPI certified products, new and old, and where to procure them. I could have probably gone right after Katie went from the state side of things. So I work for a company that is a certified woman-owned business called Northstar Maintenance and Management. I used to work for a company called Litton Eco, where I started this explosion of compostable products in the Twin Cities. And we held the state contract there, and then Litton decided they wanted out of food service. So right before COVID, even before we knew what COVID was, I guess in the United States or at least in Minnesota, I left there and was wondering what I was going to do next. And I decided to start it up again. And I was talking with a golf buddy of mine, and he said, "Man, my wife is really into sustainable products, and we already have a business, and we'd love to take you on and start doing this." So that's who I'm with now, is Northstar Maintenance and Management. And there's a certification. This is the only one that I pulled up. This is the cert one that we have. I'm sure the Hennepin County folks are familiar with that. And right now we have an online presence as compostedall.com. That's on the bottom of my slides. We recently, so we've been doing a lot of nationwide sales. This is new, but we recently just got into Canada, which is awesome. I brought some of our PHA straws, which I'll be talking about later. It's becoming a huge thing, and Canada is one of those places that is banning straws, and they are trying to find alternative products to use. I mean, it's still straw, obviously, but it's a bioresin, and so that's something that they're at least accepting for right now. I mentioned we are a certified woman-owned business. Our customers are primarily catering companies, coffee shops, restaurants, universities and colleges are big. And then I mentioned our online sales. It's pretty much, anywhere where there's large gatherings of folks where they're going to have a lot of disposable waste, either food or product wise. Those are the folks that we're trying to work with to really reduce the amount of plastics being used and getting dumped into the landfill. Really grounded in Minnesota, obviously, all three of us, my owner, Sarah, her husband, Matt, and I are the three employees, and we are from Minnesota, grown up in Minnesota, and went to school here. And so we're well connected with the Minnesota folks, Minnesota Compost Council, try to stay really connected with the local legislation, national changes as well. We pretty much work with every major manufacturer in the United States. I've been doing this since 2006 when I started working with IKEA. They came to me and said, "Hey, we want a compostable trash bag." And I was like, "What the hell is a compostable trash bag?" So when I started doing some investigating, not only did we find it and kind of find it quickly, because at the time we were part of an organization that worked with Heritage on a national arena, and they had just introduced at their conference that year compostable trash bags out of the South where they were being produced. And I was like, "Hey, guess what? I got something for you." So we came to them with that, and then it exploded into what can we put in the cafe to get rid of our plastics. So then we started looking at products, and then yada yada. So it just keeps on building. Some big names. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nathan. Some big names you've heard of: World Centric, Fabrical, who got bought by Pactiv. We have Eco Products. Ultra Green is a local Minnesota-based company. They had a lot of their products in the Lunds and Byerly's arena for a while. Yep, that's a fry cup. That's one of World Centric's fry cups. I already talked about the target audience, state changes and requirements, obviously, and everybody think you guys are way more versed on this than I, but 2035, I think. Where's Kelly? 2035, right? Like certain percentage of recycled goods total, right? It's like it's like a overall percentage for the state of Minnesota, right? So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So compostable products. I wanted to, at least this is kind of what I was here to do, talk about BPI stuff, and we'll talk about BPI, and I'm sure you guys know what that is, but compostable products right now, PLA. Yep. We got most products that are clear, anything clear that you're going to find on the market that's compostable, certified compostable, is going to be PLA. Lids for cups as well. Souffle cups that are there. PHA is the new one. So I don't know if everybody's familiar with PHA. It's a neat new bioresin. I'm calling it second generation compostable bioresin. That's the coin that I'm kind of giving it. It's made by Danimer Scientific down in Georgia. So it's the resin is made here in the United States, and all the manufacturers that we're working with right now are in the United States. So I brought some of our straws, which is one of our booming products right now. The straws are home compostable. They also are heat resistant. So unlike PLA, you can actually take a stir stick. We sell a 6-inch stir stick and put it in coffee and stir it, and nothing will happen to the straw. So that's new to have a bioresin that can do that, that doesn't have added things to it. And then they're looking at doing silverware as well at some point. So PHA is the new one. Fiber is our second one. Fiber, you're going to see things that are, that's not fiber. This is fiber. Yeah.
Or fiber. Sorry.
Yeah. So the pizza tray is fiber from World Centric. You're going to see fiber in plates, bowls, in trays, and they usually are going to come in brown or white color. Fiber right now is not the greatest thing because most of the fiber still has PFAS in it. They're still trying to figure that out. Now, I do have a brand new product that we just brought to the University of Minnesota, which is made by a company called Better Earth. And this is a BPI certified bagasse product that can be digitally printed right here in the US. So I absolutely love this. This is our new Panda Express clamshell. And so we've replaced this product now on campus with this. We've worked with the University of Minnesota forever. So they have a lot of retail outlets there, a lot of waste there. So we work very closely with them to make really good sustainable choices. So this is a new fiber product that's actually BPI certified, which is great. So not a lot of stuff. Eco Products has a Vanguard line. We haven't. It's expensive, and we haven't heard the greatest results from it. But this product has been used now for a while at the U, and they're putting obviously all kinds of Asian food in it that has liquid and it's hot and all that stuff, and it's performing. So we're really excited about that. The last product that is out there right now is a lined paper product. These products that I brought out are the tree-free products, and this is one of World Centric's newest product. It's a closed top full pack box. And tree-free specifically. So there's two types of lined paper that they were using. They had your standard tree paper, which is cutting down a tree and making paper and then lining it with a bioresin of some sort, compostable bioresin, either PLA or a proprietary product. And then the new product from World Centric, which I absolutely love, is their No Tree branded products, which are it's waste from sugarcane stalks that is fiber that is turned into a paper substrate and then turned into a cup or a bowl or a container. So it's literally waste being turned into a disposable, being turned into compost. So I call it, and I haven't seen anything different, the most sustainable coffee cup on the planet. I mean, we've never seen anything else like it in the world that I'm aware of. Say again? Reusable is more sustainable? Okay. All right.
Single use.
Yes. Right. So from a disposable standpoint, yeah, it is phenomenal. And I thought I was going to win the $10 million with Starbucks, and they didn't want to listen. So I don't know. I mean, they were looking for it. You know, they put out a they put out a like a wanted poster, right? $10 million. Yep. Come to us with the next best coffee cup. So I thought I was going to be the. I'm just saying. So that's good stuff. So BPI certification. If you don't know what BPI certified is, it's Biodegradable Products Institute. It's a third-party certification company. Katie mentioned that from the state earlier. This is their website, bpiworld.org. The great thing about this website is you can go there at any time and look up any SKU or any brand, and you can figure out if what you're trying to purchase is legit or not. The other thing you can do is call me because I love to talk about it. So you can just reach out to me and we can talk about it too. But that is the website for that. And then the meat and potatoes of what Nathan asked me to come and talk about is who and how do you get these products off the state contract. So the who is the CPV members that Katie mentioned earlier, the Cooperative Purchasing Venture Group. It's a long list. There's school districts, there are state agencies, and I even found casinos in that list. So there's all kinds of people that can buy off the CPV list, and that I think there are lots of contracts that are listed for CPV members. So I have the website up there, and then I'm also obviously willing to send it out, and you can request this whole slide from Nathan's group, or I can get it to you via email, whatever. So if you want to know more about the CPV group, and then where to access the actual contract. So as I stated earlier, Northstar Maintenance and Management, we hold the state contract currently. And this is the website that Nathan gave me. That is where folks that are CPV members can get a hold of that contract. The other thing too is obviously I can send it to you. Obviously I have it and I can email it to you and do whatever. Were you going to say something? Are you good?
No, I'm just excited because you remember the first products that first came to this country.
Oh, sure.
It was horse crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's come a long way.
It's come a long way. Keep growing and keep recycling. So, this kind of goes back to when I first got here with the group from Target. I didn't know it was going to be here. The, companies are constantly trying to find new businesses and ventures to make money. And I think one of the paths that they're going to go down are sustainable products. I think that's an up and coming product line that more companies are going to try to get into. And I've kind of seen the amount of companies building products over the last 15 years has gotten much bigger than what it was. Other than that, the companies that are making the products are also, I think, doing a good job of taking care of themselves. Obviously, World Centric does 100%. So does Eco Products with their carbon footprint offset. And then obviously companies like Target, Walmart, anybody that's putting a lot of packaging together to go out, they're looking for more sustainable options. And due to that, I think that will drive the businesses that will come up with more sustainable products to meet the demands of the packaging that are coming. Because the more and more we can see packaging that we can take home and put in a proper place instead of non-recyclable anymore, or just solid waste. The more we can compost, I think is the best, right? I mean, that's really ideal. If we can create more and more organic dirt, then I believe that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, the requirement for more sustainable packaging, I think will just keep growing and growing every year. It sure has. That's really the main of it. I wanted to thank Nathan for asking me to come out here a bunch. I really appreciate it. I haven't presented in a while, so that's always fun.
Yeah.
The long and short of it is, I'm a great resource for product. I've been in multiple, and testifying. Oh yes, I remember those days. Yeah. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have on products and to get your products. That's what we do. That's what we do every day. My job is to get the products that folks want to make a better world for their children and the surroundings and for the state of Minnesota. So, and there are a lot of people looking to do that on a regular basis. So that's what I do. I do it every day and I do it very well. So this is my information here. I have cards with me today. I have products here. One other thing I guess I wanted to mention too is this is a great product. With the amount of food service business that I do, this is a BPI certified compostable disposable glove. And back when plastic was out of control, this was actually less expensive than a plastic glove. So it was doing really well. It hasn't gone up at all, but obviously plastics come down. So that's a little bit of a tough fight, but they are fantastic for quick use. I'm making a sandwich at the university, in the lunchroom. That was fun. They're stronger. I just have had these for a while, but for making sandwiches and doing quick stuff, instead of using plastic, to use a compostable glove is such a great opportunity for places all over. And there's so many places that use quick use gloves where it doesn't have to be super tight like a nitrile glove for cutting and stuff like that. It's just I'm grabbing out of a bakery container or whatever it might be. But these have been fantastic, and these are going to be printed. The next version, I think they're already here, but they knew they needed to print on the glove itself. So those will
be like something printed, or
yeah, it has a bunch of printing on it. These are just the older ones. I just have older samples. The other cool thing about these gloves, this is made by Nature Tech, the local company, Nature Bag, the local company in Cambridge. That's who make these gloves. It's great to be working with them.
Cool. Yeah. What's that? Oh, sure. Sorry.
Are you talking about? Okay, she might be talking about my private label ones. I don't know if these ones are, but yeah. So we have our own private label compostable straws, and that has the BPI logo on it. I think the ones I brought are the other one. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have one. Yeah, it just says sip on this. I'm home compostable. That's what this one. This is this is just the stock one. No, I don't have the taco holder with me. Yeah, so there's taco holders. Yeah, there's all kinds of great stuff. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
Hope you learned something.
Thank you. And again, in the bad introduction, Emily really doesn't need an introduction. We should all know who Emily is and that she gives a damn. And she's here because she wants us all to care.
Well,
so yeah.
Yes, my name is Emily Barker.
She's
the executive director for East Minnesota. And so two funny things. My presentation is going to be an exercise in which one of these is not like the others. It's not about purchasing, but more about a program that and counties or cities could potentially implement around reuse. And some of you, I think at least 3 of you, this is going to be a repeat. Actually, Renee, you're probably number 4. So 4 of you saw a longer version of this a couple weeks ago. But I'm going to talk a little bit about, so first of all, for those of you who don't know, Reuse Minnesota, we are not a government agency, but many of you are members of our organization. We're a member-based organization that advocates and promotes all things reuse. And Carolyn is here. She is our admin and communications person. So if you are a member, please introduce yourself to her before you leave, because she does a lot of our not a lot of, the vast majority of our social media and all of that. So if you have events and things, she can help. All right. Reuse centers. Have any of you been to the WLSSD or the Becker County? I know several folks. Okay, so these won't be totally new, but sharing a little bit because it's exciting what some of our counties are doing. And hopefully, I know there's others, like City of Coon Rapids, where theirs isn't about reuse, but they have that city-based facility that does collect materials. And I know Nathan's looking at adding a reuse room. Dodge County is looking at adding it. So this is a growing item of interest. So the idea here is a reuse center is a permanent venue for residents to bring things and helps reduce the materials that are being discarded. So especially building materials, bulky items, the furniture in particular, usable household goods, so smaller items. And side note, this is a potential opportunity for government materials. So Jenny Kedward, who is our board chair, we've had this conversation and several of you have been part of it. One of the issues as government entities is that we have a lot of restrictions on how we can get rid of our stuff. And oftentimes those restrictions are high enough that the solution is just to trash everything. And that is a very unfortunate path. And so having your own facility where you can sell items potentially to the public, that's one other benefit of these types of things. You'll get these slides, but this link here is actually to a resource that WLSSD created. And my apologies, WLSSD is the Western Lake Superior Sanitary District. It's Duluth and that larger area. But they created a guide. So if you really want a more in-depth look at this, it's a few years old, but it's still a great resource. The facility in Duluth was established 20 years ago, which is kind of exciting that they're already been around that long. It was very low-key at that point, and it's become much more formal over time. It's located at their transfer station, so it's not right in kind of downtown Duluth. It's a little bit out town, but they have a facility that's got a place where people bring, just like the counties here in the metro where they have haz waste, paint, scrap metal, things like that. And they have a few different structures. The original facility was repurposed shipping containers, so it's great. They had reuse as a way to demonstrate reuse. And you can't see it in this picture, but you'll see it in a different picture. They just had them, on their side and open them up. It's great because you got a door you can slide back and forth, and that's how they started. Then they were able to build 3 garages, 2 smaller and then a larger one later. One of them is currently used for their operations, staff area, and also seasonal things. So if they get holiday decor in July, they have capacity to store small amounts of that if it's in good condition. And they did get an EA grant from MPCA that helped improve that facility over, I forget exactly what year that was, but they were able to make some improvements on the facility from that support. How their facility works, and Becker County and WLSSD are quite different in how they work. Residents come in, they pay to drop off their items. This is so the county isn't stuck with a cost if the item never goes home with someone for a reasonable purpose. Then they have recouped that cost for disposal. So they do have that. They have learned over the 20 years that they have to kind of restrict how people come and go. They had some folks who would come in like seagulls after a fishing boat. It was like they would just flock and they would stay all day, and it was just a bit much. And so they now have a rule where you can come once a day, you can stay for 10 to 15 minutes, and then you need to move on. And they are very,
That's a big change.
Yeah, it's a big change. And it really was like people, I'd see Kayla come in with a really great looking table, and I'm gonna like flock her. They had people approaching cars, and it was just not good. So they have this waiver here. People sign a waiver to participate, and then they've got all these rules like don't approach vehicles and stuff. You can take a max of 2 items a day. They don't charge for the items that you take with you, but you can take 2 items. They had a lot of people who I think were coming reselling stuff, which they don't fundamentally have a problem with, but they want it to be equitable and accessible for everybody. They also have a rule where you need to bring something to drop off at the facility if you want to take things. So essentially, they don't want people just showing up to take stuff. But of course, you get the folks who learn the workaround, which I have a single aluminum can I found on the road on the way here. I'm going to put it in the recycling. Technically, that counts. The majority of people are bringing in, you know, their batteries or their whatever items that need their paint cans. The facility doesn't do any lifting. They have it very well staffed, but they don't help people unload or load, but they do provide some dollies and wagons that helps facilitate that, but they don't want to deal with the potential safety issues for their staff. In terms of what materials, now they have regular dumpsters where things that aren't usable can go eventually, but the facility, the reuse area, takes furniture, household goods, decor, scrap lumber, and pallets. Items that they've gotten good at kind of seeing that thing might be kind of trash, but they're maybe a DIYer. So like an old wooden ladder. Those are very, you know, popular for artsy things, or old windows, downhill skis for making decorative walls or fences. So they have an eye for that. And when I was there last summer, they were fishing things out of the dumpster that people had just pitched and thought, oh, that's actually like pretty decent shape, or that might be kind of cool. They don't do any electronics in the reuse area. They do that for regular recycling and disposal of electronics, but because of the security issues, they just don't want to deal with that. And so they do not allow any of that, you know, phones and laptops to go home with folks. They've learned the seasonality of what moves and what doesn't. So they have, you know, like decor, but other things too come and go. So they've kind of learned, okay, this is not likely to move. We're probably going to trash that. Or if it's something metal, they might recycle it. But they do learn like how they need to essentially move the sales floor, rotate the sales floor. It's very similar to that. You just rotate what's taking up room in your space so you can make room for newer, nicer, or not newer, but new to being dropped off items that might be more likely to get a home. This is a little data because of course we like data in government. This is their annual, this is for 2020. So you can see obviously, and this is 2020, so it was way down their users. But overall, it's grown over the years in terms of how much people bring and how many people are coming. They did come up with a conversion factor because a lot of people say, well, how many tons is this diverting from the landfill? And you can't weigh every couch that comes in. So they did have a MPCA grant that allowed them to essentially do a conversion chart that they created that and kind of figured out a per person average. So they take their numbers of how many people come every year and translate that into tonnage. So you can get an idea that over the years, obviously it's peak in the summertime and then slows down a little bit in the wintertime. And then that's the year over year. This is just a little bit more data. They figure out, what did she, I think they said like 30% of the people that come into the facility, the overall transfer station, actually use the reuse area. So it's a decent number of folks. In terms of promotion, they don't do a ton of super active promotion. It's just part of their regular brochures, word of mouth. They do some stuff with some of the college campuses up there to help students in terms of, so they don't necessarily have to bring something in. They can just come and find things they might need. So it's pretty passive, but it's still very, very high. And you can see here's the shipping containers.
I wish I would have had that when I went to UMD.
Yeah, right?
Right? Yeah.
There you go. All right, quick, because I know I only have a couple minutes, but Becker County, their program is much newer. We were up there in May. It was great to visit Sandy and for their tour. They opened in the middle of the pandemic, so obviously an interesting time to do this. They started with monthly events. These were not, it wasn't a regular facility that would gather enough material and then people would come and then they would buy things. The big difference with their program is people actually buy items. So they come and it's just like going to a thrift store. But in 2021, they got regular hours and have the facility, the designated facility where that is. It's just a couple of days a week, but it is a regular time that folks can rely on, just like you would a store. It's located at the transfer station, and they have one building that also houses their HHW, like the paint reuse room that many counties have. And they are hoping to expand, but of course, as you all know, that takes time and money. So we'll see. Most things come through their transfer station, just like WSSD, people pay for the disposal, but on the other end, there's no limit on out. If you walked in and you said, hey, I really like this table and this filing cabinet, you could get as many items as you want because you're paying for them. And so that's the big difference. The great thing is it's an extra revenue generator for the county. Most people don't care that the county is reselling it and making money off that, because otherwise it's a long-term expense to the county for everybody to manage that material in a landfill. So it's great that they are able to do that. I'm not going to go into this new thing too much with Better Futures, but they did just recently hire their Green Corps member, not Becker County, but Better Futures hired her, and she is working there full time on behalf of Better Futures to expand and kind of make this program more robust. Materials, very similar to WSSD. Their staff is working on getting that recognition for what might be used. It's different in terms of the setup. It's you drive in on one side and it's kind of big loop until you get to the reuse center. They're physically quite separated. At WSSD, it's a very small footprint. And so the folks who are at the reuse center are, you know, within a minute of walking to where it is. So they're really trying to train their transfer station folks to learn what items might be of interest to folks coming in. They use their tracking software. So this is probably something that county folks are familiar with, but probably not on the city level. They use WasteWorks, which is how they do all their solid waste tracking, and they're able to calculate, you know, do all of their tonnage. A company called Ecotone, a consultant, helps them calculate their environmental benefit. And so they have kind of the, you know, equivalents to barrels of oil based on how many pounds and things of the items that they're taking in. And the great thing, all of these, is that they can use this under the reuse reporting area on the SCORE report, which is really good. They, as of a month or so ago, when I talked to Sandy about this, they had about 1,000 visitors so far, which for Becker County, which is Detroit Lakes area, and that's pretty good considering it's a more rural area. Promotion, they do a lot more on social media. That's really how they got people interested, was on Facebook, and then they do a ton of word of mouth, but they just have a lot of people coming through already. But the Facebook has really been, this is a screenshot from one of the promotions. Okay, one 30-second thing, Laurel, and then I promise I'm done because I have to get it in. And Jenny, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but I was like, I gotta put this in there. So that's the reuse centers. If you have questions, let me know. I can also put you in touch with folks at those facilities. Separate thing that Reuse Minnesota is working on, because I want to go back to that question about government disposal or disposition of surplus materials. There's a group of us through Reuse Minnesota, and several of you in the room have been working together for the last however long, several over the last year at least, meeting to try to understand what the statutes are, how it regulates how you can get rid of your stuff as a city all the way through the state level. And there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of statutes, there's a lot of rules that govern how you all can do that. So we have been working together, so you can watch sometime, hopefully this winter, we'll have a presentation talking about what we've learned, some of the potential policy recommendations we might try to pursue per that conversation earlier for making things easier. And if anyone is interested, State Surplus, which is the entity, fully funded and self-funded entity that disposes of all state government property, is open to giving us a tour. And so we would like to extend the invitation. You all as solid waste folks will work on making sure you can be there, but this is an invitation we'd also like you to take back to your facilities folks and your purchasing folks. So it's about thinking of how that conversation not lives outside of solid waste. So it's more embedded in your process as an entity. So that's the 30-second or minute pitch for that. Thank you for my speed talk here. And yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
I'm like, easy game to
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Do we have any questions for Emily or Simon? I think, or Susan. Sorry, you're in presence. Yep. Yes, Miss Melissa. Oh, do you want to say it up here? Because there's a lot of people on the phone. Because that's a good show. It's very timely, isn't it? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
MPCA currently has a grant opportunity for reuse opportunities for reuse shed and for other reuse centers. $30,000 available for grants. Minimum.
And her earrings match her shirt. That's awesome. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, nice.
do.
And I'm working with that. Is that, are you a resource that I could?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, we've been a part of that since the very beginning when Minneapolis did it first. When did he sign up past theirs?
Oh,
July 1 of this year?
It went into effect.
That's why I didn't know about it. Okay. Too new and I haven't been connected with that side. Cool. That's great. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah,
Yeah.
January 1st. Well, it's in effect, but they're going slow.
In effect now.
They're going slow, yeah. But absolutely, 100%. Yep. So we service anybody and everybody. So, yeah.
any other questions? Oh, Susan, and then we're gonna follow up with Lisa. You want to scream?
Simon?
Hell no. No. Cost of PLA's gone up, cost of shipping's gone up. What cost $3,000 5 years ago to ship a tanker across the ocean is now $25,000. So, yeah, no, definitely gone up, but plastic's gone up. So it's.
The shipping would be universal, that's not.
Yep, shipping is universal, so it's not just, yeah, so if the plastics, there are a ton of plastic cups made overseas. If they're under the same boat. So they're getting closer, but compostable is still more expensive than plastic. On the PLA side, I mean, plates and utensils, I could probably beat a plate. I doubt I could beat a polypropylene like fork. So like knives and forks and spoons right now are about 5.5 cents. And I think polypropylene is 2 cents, maybe 1, depending on where you get it.
So but aren't some of these products made in the USA?
Yes, that doesn't make it cheaper. No. I would say, I mean, the straws are pretty good. The new compostable standard 8-inch straw, I want to say we're at 2 cents, I think it is, delivered anywhere in the United States, something like that, 2.5 cents. So that's close to a plastic straw when you're talking, functionality from one to the other. Paper straws actually were, those were kind of booming for a little bit. Those were way more expensive than my PLA compostable straw. So when people started going with paper straws, I was like, what are you doing and why? Like it was like 3 times the cost when they were out. So, and people, I mean, there are certain folks in the United States that hate paper straws and they love to tell me. So, so that's an easy one. If you got a company that's using paper straws, then you just say, oh, I got exactly what you need.
So you're saying it's about 3 to 5 times more film than?
No, I'm not saying that. No, not that much. I guess it's very tough because, depends on the product. Let's say that. Depends on the product.
The answer has gone up proportionally.
Has gone up the same, no. So petroleum product has definitely launched. The amount of increased percentage is definitely higher, I would say.
So we're looking for a local city or county to impose a plastic single sort tax. Yeah. Yeah, I know Lisa had a question. Thibodeau from Chisago.
Sure. Okay, so any BPI certified product currently has no PFAS in it.
Has no added PFAS.
No
added, so any paper that is recycled and used for anything else could have PFAS in it.
Yeah, but I said BPI certified. I thought BPI.
BPI certified does not allow any added PFAS in terms of the manufacturing process. So if
There
the
might be
company-
background levels.
Yeah, like a residual.
Yeah.
Okay. And then your other question about recycling, or you said composting?
Coffee cups, do they have plastic labels?
No. So it's a BPI certified compostable coffee cup. It has a compostable bio liner on the inside of the paper that keeps the liquid from going through it. And that would be compostable along with the paper on the outside. So it's fully compostable. Yep. If it has a poly liner, then it's not compostable, period. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Make sure everyone gets some snacks, more beverages. Throw some beanbag around because it looks like we have a break. We're starting at what time? 3:50. We have 7 minutes, so quick, throw some stuff outside.
So for our last session today, we wanted to focus on
Solid waste contracting. The most exciting topic of the day, in my opinion, because I manage our contract on a daily basis in Bloomington. So we have Cami Van Abel here with us from FOTH, and she's just going to talk with us about best practices for contracting, you know, how to solicit haulers and other bidders on your contracts, how to tackle that negotiation process, which can be tricky. And we also will hear from her a little bit about the industry impacts from labor shortages that many of us who manage city contracts have experienced. So with that, Cami, I'll let you take it.
Yes, and thank you, Arm, for having me, and thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Cami Van Abel. I'm with FOTH. I'm a solid waste engineering consultant there. And I'm just curious, show of hands, who has had to implement liquidated damages in a recycling contract? Okay. Has anyone ever like gotten really, really close to it, but didn't have to? Okay. That'll come up a little bit later. You can go to the next slide. And so we're here to talk about solid waste and recycling, specifically recycling contracts. And so you all either have a recycling or a recycling and trash contract currently in place. And so the time comes where you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for the contract expiration, and you're thinking, do I want to renegotiate with the current hauler, or does my city want to see what else is out there and go out for issue an RFP? And so in preparation for making that decision, our recommendations are you just can't prepare enough and gather enough information when you're looking into that decision. We recommend that you've got your current hauler that's contracted, and go back and, as you're thinking about this, go back to your original RFP that got issued and just read through it and see what are they fulfilling what was originally agreed upon in that draft RFP and that draft contract. And then any amendments that you had done that you have implemented between that first contract issuance and now. And then this is your opportunity to improve your program. And so take a look and see what those pain points are in your program implementation. Is there any customer service issues? Are you struggling to get customer lists from the hauler? Is there issues with reporting that they're not, meeting your format or your frequency requirements? And so just like I said, this is your opportunity that you have all the leverage in improving your program. And then, if everything is a priority, then nothing's a priority. So, go through and list your city, your needs, and, whether it's the basic services of, what you want your what you need your recycling pickup frequency to be versus what you want your recycling frequency pickup to be. Make a list of your service needs and your service wants, and figure out what you're willing to pay for and how much you're willing to pay for those value added services for that want list. And then before you go into specifically your renegotiations with your current hauler, make sure that you know what your walk away point is, where it's just like, we can't come to agreement. Make sure that you know that before you go into the negotiations, because that's just going to make it so much easier to convey it to your council, to your committees, that, we just couldn't come to an agreement and it's time to move on to an RFP and see what else is out there. We recommend, giving yourself a healthy timeline, because the more time you have, the more leverage you have. I mean, you don't want to get into a point where you have to ask for an extension to your current contract because you let them negotiate too long, you let them drag you along, or vice versa. So just make sure, we generally recommend 24 months before your contract end date, thinking about whether you're going to be renegotiating, if that's going to be an option that you have on the table, or if you're going to go straight to an RFP. And put those, especially for the negotiations, put that deadline in public, put it on your city council agenda so that the contractor knows that they have a hard deadline to either respond and come up with strategies to respond to what you're asking for, or, then they know the writing is on the wall that you're going to move on to an RFP. Next slide, yeah. So these are just the general steps for going into the RFP process. And that preparation work will help you identify your goals and objectives and your improvement, the improvements that you want to see with your collection program going into the next RFP cycle. Like I said, this is your opportunity where you have all the leverage, and so use it to your advantage. And then you go through and drafting the RFP document itself, and we'll talk about what that content looks like. We recommend including a draft contract as an appendix to that RFP, just so all the respondents are clear on what your expectations are for contract language, service, performance standards, things like that, and also give them the opportunity to make edits on that contract if they're if that's something that they can't meet, or if they are proposing alternatives. Just so that when your committee goes to review those proposals, they're all coming from a standardized approach. And then always review with legal, review with your city council and your committees. And if you're using a consultant, to make sure that you're using the most current, vernacular and terms and consistent terms and things like that with what the haulers are used to seeing. And then your final issuance of the draft packet, or I'm sorry, of the final packet out for publish. And then the city approves for publishing. And then, the biggest thing, the incumbent going into this has a lot of benefits. So you want to make this as a fair and equitable process for all your respondents as possible. So we really recommend reaching out to haulers that service that region, or service nearby regions, to give them as much time and notification and like I said, to make that process fair and equitable to all the providers in our region. And as much early notice as possible as you can. And it could just be as simple as a, informal phone call to say, hey, we've got this coming out. It's going to be published on this date. And, we've got a meeting set up this date, just so that they know and they can watch for it. The pre-proposal conference, that's the opportunity for proposal respondents to come and ask questions. And, if they have if they want to see, potential, just the area, service routes, things like that. And I didn't have in here, but there should also in that between the publish RFP and receive proposals, there should be a schedule for, this is the last date where we're going to accept questions on the proposal. And then here's the date we're going to respond to those questions, and how that's going to be distributed to everyone that would be interested in responding to the proposal, whether it's just posted on a website, whether it's an email list, just to make sure, again, that process is fair and equitable to all the parties. Then once you receive the proposals, you'll kind of go in having a good idea of what that proposal review committee is going to look like, and your criteria that you're going to score the proposals with, and how, we don't necessarily recommend putting that weighted criteria in the proposal. That'll give you some flexibility. But if you have the criteria that you're going to be looking at, if you know that ahead of time, and give the proposals, the proposers a chance to, make their best case for why you should select them with those criteria, but not necessarily give the rankings and how you're going to score it. And then, once the proposals get ranked, you move forward with, depending on how many respondents you get, you select a couple to do interviews with, or if you get, less than 3 or something like that, then you can certainly move forward with interviewing all 3 of them. And then from that, you can narrow it down to your top pick. We typically recommend, having 2 in the pocket that you're negotiating with, because once you let the other ones go, then they're gone. It's going to be hard to bring them back if negotiations fall through with your top pick. So we recommend keeping your two selected ones, because you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to come about in your negotiation practices. And then once you have a agreed upon contract, that's signed off by city council, and then sign the contract. And then the most important part is the implementation of that contract and making sure that the hauler the hauler does what they say they're going to do. So generally the RFP process we like to see a healthy budget is about 18 months from the end of your current contract date to when you start the process for publishing an RFP. Like I said, the timing, giving yourself a healthy timeline is only going to help you. We recommend, keeping your committee, whatever relevant committee is going to be doing the review or is going to be involved in approving the contract, keeping them, in the know, and even 2-3 years ahead of time, letting them know that the contract end date is coming. If there has been customer service issues, what their remedies were, just to keep them in the know. So none of this is a surprise to them. And also too, if you're a city that owns your own cart system, you've got a little bit more flexibility in that timeline because you own the carts, and so you don't have to worry about that lead time and switching out carts. Okay, next.
What is the lead time for cart purchasing for haulers, would you say? It's built in.
I think it's usually about like 6 months. Recently, 6 to 9 months is what we've heard recently. So I don't know, maybe that'll get smaller as the supply chain issues resolve, but that's what we've typically been hearing. So the general content of the RFP packet, we've got just the general solicitation notice, your schedule, when you're going to be meeting with city councils, when you're going to be doing interviews, when, like I said, the question due date, response due date, what the evaluation criteria is, the expectations are for the proposals that are received. As I said, we recommend including a draft contract, just your contract language with a draft stamp watermarked across so that they can propose any edits and that it's easy to track and it's easy to compare from hauler to hauler. Any proposal forms that are, just standard forms that are needed for the city. If you've got any specific, perhaps maybe priorities that you have that you don't necessarily want to score or use that as an evaluation criteria, but perhaps as a value added service. For example, if your city is, implementing perhaps an aggressive climate action plan, is, route effectiveness and keeping trucks off the road or keeping trucks, not sitting there, a priority. Yeah. That's an opportunity that you can have them propose what they would do in order to minimize their carbon footprint. If it's, using CNG versus diesel, or some cities are, that are starting to implement diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Perhaps that's something that you want to, just let the contractors know that this is something that's important to the city, that we're selecting vendors that represent the constituents in our city. And so we want you to speak about, what your DEI practices are, and make sure that, that it's something that's going to be compatible with your city goals and objectives. And then the other big issue is how you're going to evaluate pricing. Is it going to be there's lots of opportunities for how you're going to evaluate that. Do you want a set, for the contract duration, you're going to provide prices for 2023, 2024, 2025, and just have them project what the economy is going to be for that? Or are you just going to focus on the following year and then allow for pricing increases, based on CPI, based on whatever the disposal facility is charging, things like that. And also too, how you want to handle potential fuel surcharges or all those other fun things that come along with cost flexibility. And then just, and then any specific, if you've got spring cleanups, what service you expect the hauler is going to provide for those. roadside cleanups, community education, things like that, what your expectations in the municipal service in having a map of where your city buildings are and what the service level is expected for those as well. And so coming into the preparatory work for developing the RFP and draft contract. And so, like I said, this is your opportunity. So what are you going to be asking for that they aren't providing now, and how are you going to let them, provide those services, or what's their strategy for providing those services? How are you going to evaluate costs, making sure that you're using consistent terminology with what the industry is. Are you going to be using the term organics? Are you going to use separated organics? Are you going to be using food scraps, trash, refuse, and make sure that language is consistent. Make sure it's a reasonable RFP schedule, that you're giving yourself a reasonable amount of time to receive the questions, answer the questions, that you're giving them an adequate amount of time to review the proposal and get good questions to you. Make sure that you are checking your county solid waste management plan or solid waste master plan, and make sure that the RFP and contract are reflective of what the goals and objectives are for your county, whether it's the recyclable materials list or reporting requirements, things like that. And then this goes back to contract implementation. If your contract says that they're supposed to be providing you with customer lists and by service level annually, then when you get to the end of the contract and they know that you're going out for RFP, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant to give that to you. So if it's something that you've been asking for year over year, then you already have it, and you don't have that tension of, we're going to give this information to all your competitors to give us a price on. So if it's something that is something that's in the contract, make sure that you're implementing it, make sure you're getting that information from them, and don't wait till they know that you're going to go out for an RFP. And then make sure that what your priorities are, how you're going to be scoring the proposals that come in. Typically, you've got your criteria. Whoever the committee agrees is the best in that criteria typically gets all the points. Second best gets a percentage of those allocated points, and so on and so on. And then the best practices that we typically recommend, contract duration. Most haulers like to see 5-year contract, 7-year contract. And that's just basically because if they have to buy trucks, if they have to buy carts, that's the kind of the payback where they can get some profit back, that duration of that contract. With prices being what they are, I mean, there's definitely opportunities for discussion with backing that timeline off to maybe like 3 years or something like that. But that's if you have a trusted hauler contractor, that's something, a discussion that you could have with them. Your pricing structure, are you going to do the matrix, a bundle, trash and recycling? Are you going to separate out your collection costs from your disposal costs? And what increases are you going to allow for each annual service level? Are you interested in doing a risk revenue share for your recyclable contracts? Specificity in service language, again, so that's if you've got if you have seasonal cleanup events, make sure that that's clearly specified, what you typically have seen for the amount of material coming in, what you want to see them do with that material, what level of support, both on-site and community education and publicity for that is that you expect for that. And again, only include requirements that you're going to implement. If you've got all these reporting requirements and you never ask for them, it's kind of hard for you to say, well, no, now this is really important. Now that we're going to the RFP, I need the customer list. Well, you haven't asked for it for 4 years and now it's suddenly a priority. So make sure that, there's a legal language that you have to have in there. And that's important, to give yourself any exit ramps for any negotiations, or if you do get proposals where you just can't accept any of them, the legal language I think is important to keep broad and keep your option open. But for your performance standards and your reporting requirements and things like that, just if you're not going to ask for it, if you're not going to follow through with it, don't include it in the contract or the RFP. And then, allowing for openness for future additional, whether it's like the Ramsey Washington Food Scraps program or any other program that your local county or something like that is looking to implement, make sure that you include some flexibility in there for that future program. And then your performance expectations and what's going to happen if they don't meet those performance standards, which we'll talk about a little bit. And then for risk revenue sharing for recycling markets, this is something, I mean, you kind of know what your city's risk tolerance is if this is something that you want to look into for recycling markets. Some haulers that don't operate their own MRF will want to at least, so that they're not taking on all the risk and not having the MRF themselves or any profit. They may want to see, whether it's an alternative proposal to your base price, if you want to really cast your, like I said, let the process be fair and equitable to all parties. You could give them an opportunity to propose an alternative for a risk revenue sharing. Okay, and then go to the next slide. So, our country is facing a labor shortage. Solid waste industry is certainly not an exception to that, nor is the Minnesota solid waste an exception to this. The labor shortage has been, attributed to a lot of things, especially for collection services, to the commercial driving license shortage that we've had, both with just a retiring workforce and not having the backfill of younger people that are interested in that market, but also, the explosion in e-commerce and home delivery service. And then, with the desire for having some work from home flexibility for your job. I've gotten school started the day after Labor Day, and I've already had 2 days where my kids' bus has gotten canceled because they haven't had enough bus drivers. And I know that's certainly not an exception for schools in the metro area. And so what can cities do to mitigate the impacts for residents and their solid waste collection services? One thing is just right now, expecting higher prices for both trash and recycling collection to accommodate the higher wages and signing bonuses that vendors are going to need to attract more drivers. And then, the other side of that coin is automation. That seems to be a big response to the labor shortages, automation. So, and I mean, having the fully automated truck versus the driver with the helper that's got to move. I mean, that's a lot of manual labor that's involved, and there's a shortage of people perhaps interested in that line of work. Go to the next slide. And so strategies that cities and counties can do in their contracting there's only so much you can control and only so much as well that the haulers can control. So, having that specific complaint and dispute resolution in your contract. What's going to happen when they miss when they miss a pickup? What is the hierarchy of communication? What's the schedule that they have to remedy that issue? And at what point are you going to implement liquidated damages? How much are they going to be? You've got to make them painful, but not so painful that you are limiting your pool of respondents to the proposals. At what point are haulers going to have to implement insurance claims for missed services? And, it's not fair for most of these contracts are a bulk price for a set service line. And when you're not getting the service that you're paying for, it's not fair to cities. It's not fair to residents. And so that's got to be accounted for. There's a fine line between, telling contractors how to run their business and, but also you've got to ensure that performance standards are met, putting minimum staffing requirements into the contract and an obligation to meet a certain staffing requirement in order to get the services done that they say that they're going to get done. And, there's performance metrics that can be put into a contract, either, through liquidated damages if they can't complete the routes by the end of the day, things like that. And then, the biggest tool that you have is, during your during your interview process. I mean, you can ask those questions directly of what, what they think the staffing levels they need are to meet your service obligations and how they're going to ensure that they're met. And, the force majeure doesn't typically cover labor issues. So, I mean, it's something that they do have some control over. And, if the answer is automated trucks too, to reduce the number of people that you need, that's fine as well. And then having some flexibility for frequency of collection, for recycling, for yard waste, for bulky collection. I mean, it's something that they could scale back if they don't have the workforce to do it, but that also has to be reflected in your pricing structure as well. So I think that's all I had for that. I have, I'm available for questions. I would like, as Craig had said this morning, I am not an expert I've never implemented recycling contracts. And so I'm just the actor for it. So if I would love to hear any experience that you all have had, any grievances with contract implementation, and especially, liquid damages. How did they go? How did your city councils respond to them? And what were the repercussions?
I can start.
Okay.
This is sort of related, but one conversation we've had as a group is having realistic recycling lists in your contracts too. Because in the past there had, if you're asking for certain things to be accepted for recycling, a hauler might just say, okay, great, we'll do it. And then that's what you're using as your communication, but they might not necessarily have markets or be able to get all those processed at their own MRF or a different MRF that they might be working with. So as a group here, I think we have been trying to make sure that we're using more realistic asks in some of our contracts, because we want to make sure that the communication is clear for our residents. So I think that's one lesson learned, is just making sure that you're realistic in the contract as a whole. You're not asking things that a hauler wouldn't be able to perform for your city. So, and then in terms of liquidated damages, yeah, we have certainly had to implement those in the past year in Bloomington for our yard waste. And I have found it to be, it can kind of vary based on the hauler as to their effect, but I think some really do take them pretty seriously because it needs to go up the food chain. And then it makes them look at what they're doing and try and restructure. But in the case of, we just don't have the staffing, we can't. Like, that's where the liquidated damages for that, it was like, they're just kind of going to eat that. But if it's a liquidated damage for, hey, you're constantly missing this one home and you need to address that, then for those instances, it has seemed like it's more effective of a tool for getting changes. I know Kayla has had struggle.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, data damages, and I think we've seen, because in our case, City of St. Louis Park, we have a hauler. Current contract, we have one hauler who services for all 4 materials. And during the staffing shortages, we saw them sort of spread the love, so to speak. Like, this material is going to be carried this week, the next week it's a different material, and trying to kind of prioritize and minimize the impacts. But I think at the height of the staffing shortages over the summer, we saw that liquidated damages got the attention when we started to see carries that went through the week and then carried over to the next week. So we did have to be strategic we had a lot of opportunity. If we were just going to follow our contract by the book, we could have find a lot more, but like you said, trying to make sure we create that balance and use it as a tool to ensure as much open communication as you can have between a city and a large contractor, and get the attention on our contract that was needed. So.
See, another question I had was just thinking through to our first session today about equitable engagement and, involving the community. I think that oftentimes contract timelines can be it can be a big hindrance in that because you feel like you're up against this timeline to get the engagement that you really want in something. And so like, would you say that 18-month timeline that you have in here is, would you recommend extending that? If you
Right,
wanted
so
to
18 months,
communities?
yeah, 18 months is kind of like, you know if you're gonna do negotiations or an RFP, and you've done the preparatory work. So like, I would consider community engagement a preparatory work.
Right.
So that would be before the 18 months.
Before the 18
Before
months,
the
yeah.
18 months, yeah.
So if you have a 5-year contract, you
Right,
need to
like
start
the halfway
somewhere.
point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's good to be planning ahead. for
It's
some of
good to
that
be
stuff.
planning ahead, yes. And I mean, that'll kind of jog your memory of like, oh, I haven't asked for customer lists. I haven't asked for whatever information that's in the contract. It's a lot less suspicious if you ask for it, 3 months or 3 years before your contract expires versus, going into the deadline when they know you're going to go out for an RFP.
Okay, one final question I had. Clearly, I am very interested in the contract, but in terms of the pricing and like escalated prices throughout the years of a contract, do you have recommendations for, use the CPI, or do you think it's a better idea to say it should increase 2% each year?
Yeah, the answer is it depends on what your city's tolerance is for, having a known budgeted amount year by year. Are you willing to pay more? Potentially pay more, but what that amount is going to be year over year versus, getting a better price up front and then allowing for that CPI escalation year over year. And I mean, as far as, and just specifying what CPI you're going to be using, we typically recommend using the general CPI because that covers everything. That covers fuel, that covers collection, that covers disposal versus separating it out with the, the trash and wastewater, I think, or the fuel or transportation or something like that.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's something that's a metric that should be clearly stated what you're going to be using.
That always comes up as a
Yeah.
question.
So I came into the presentation late, so if you covered this, I apologize, but there was a lot of movement decoupling processing from marketing risks in recycling contracts. How much are you seeing that being adopted? Clients that you've worked with?
We're seeing it. I mean, yeah, there's for when recycling markets tanked, then people wanted to get out of the risk revenue sharing market space and go to more of the fixed rate. But I mean, for haulers, like I said, for haulers that don't have MRFs, I mean, you want to give them the opportunity that they don't have to bear all that burden as well. So it's just kind of depends on what your tolerance is, what your city's tolerance is for risk, and then how wide of a net you want to cast for your proposals that you receive. But yeah, we've seen it. We've seen cities go from the risk revenue sharing to no, we'd rather have the known.
So the follow-up to that is the haulers have been pushing. Seeing that encouraging cities to a processing fee and then collection and whatever.
I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know. I've only heard it from the city's perspective, so I don't know what influence the haulers are having for that, that discussion, perhaps going into an RFP, or, their minds are already made up when we talk to them, so.
Great. Well, thanks for coming today. It's good to know that you guys are a resource to help cities or counties develop contracts as well. And as ARM, we have like sample contracts from different cities. So if anyone is developing an RFP, we're always happy to share that information, as cities and counties. So thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.